Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's Tuesday, the 27th of September, 2022. Welcome to our regular council meeting. As all public meetings are live streamed and recorded, any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, I think there has been an agenda that's been circulated. Any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I would go with Councillor Melhoff's motion to accept or adopt. All those in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes from the regular council meeting of the 13th of September 2022 have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions to be noted? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us down to item 4.1 more specifically, and that would be a presentation this morning, and I welcome Mr. Taylor this morning to us. Maybe we'll start with a round of introductions. I'll go with Division 1 first, please.
Good morning and welcome. Jenny Melhoff, I'm the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. Welcome, it's another beautiful day in the West Country.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning. Nice to see you here. Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Steve Taylor.
Good morning, Steve.
I'm alive, I can see that. Do you want us to carry on?
Sure, and sorry.
I can introduce Jessica.
Sure, so that would be perfect.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Council and admin staff. Thank you for accepting our request to present Stage 2 of our society's journey, providing the essential public service of hospice care to the residents of our county and town. I will now pass you over to Jessica Bozeman, our Executive Director, who will run the show for us this morning. And I'd like to introduce Gillian Lawton and May Betka, who are sitting behind me, are directors from the Hospice Society. So we'll get on with what we're here for, if it works.
Hello everyone, and thank you for having the Compassionate Care Hospice Society here today to speak to you about our Compassionate Care Operations Bed Expansion Project. Let's get started. The Compassionate Care Hospice Society 2016's mission is to provide hospice care within the community in a home or home-like setting to all individuals and their loved ones, fulfilled by fully trained professionals and volunteers with respect, dignity, empathy, and compassion to meet physical, spiritual, and emotional needs through the end-of-life and bereavement journey. Our core values include comfort, excellent quality care, commitment to providing palliative care, compassion, and striving for a high level of competency within our community. A little background of our society. We were established in 2016 by some very dedicated local volunteers who saw a need for hospice space within our community. By October 2019, the Compassionate Volunteers had successfully opened up our SL4 Hospice Suite within the Good Samaritan Society Clearwater Centre for our community. We accomplished this through our tri-partnership with Alberta Health Services, the Good Samaritan Society, and the Compassionate Care Hospice Society 2016, and through consistent volunteer fundraising, generous community donations, applied grants, and municipal funding. Since opening up to the public, we have proudly served, it says 21 families, but it's now 22 families, within Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County. Our suite comes fully furnished, fully stocked with medical supplies. It includes all nursing professional care, meals, utilities, internet, cable, landline, and parking. There is plenty of room for families to stay overnight with their loved ones. We have a pull-out single bed in the master bed, as well as the pull-out queen in the living room. We also provide compassionate volunteers for bedside sitting and family respite. In fact, since January 2022, our compassionate volunteers have logged 513 bedside volunteer hours for our hospice clients and families. This does not include fundraising events or programs. It is also noteworthy to mention that our hospice suite is at no cost to our hospice clients and families. Now we'll just show a quick testimonial from a previous client's family member who have utilized the suite.
Hi, my name is Amy Leach, and today I'm here to share about my experience as a granddaughter with the Compassionate Care Society's Hospice Suite. So my Oma, Aili Dadama, got to experience it firsthand by being part of the Hospice Suite a couple years ago. Why this is important to me is she's from this community of Rocky, and my family didn't have to transition outside of the community to have excellent care while she was in hospice. They didn't have to worry about who was going to be with my Oma or who wasn't going to be with my Oma at that time. They were able to make easy transitions and have my aunt there, or if my aunt needed a break, they could swap in and out, and everyone's lives could still somewhat keep carrying on while being with my Oma as she continued to pass on. This also allowed my Opa, George, to be with her. He could come over during the day and be bedside with his wife. This gave him a lot of peace because he knew she was well taken care for by the staff. Overall, it gave us a lot of comfort in that sense. It allowed me, when my aunt called me in the summer, to come and get to spend time directly with my Oma, which was super valuable. She was very kind and loving, and this was a way that our family could sit and talk to her about the things that she had given to us in our lives. And it allowed her to be comfortable and to let us know that she was ready for her time to be finished. I don't even have the words to say how grateful I am for this experience to have with the Hospice Society, the care that was given by the Good Samaritan staff, the ability for my aunt and my dad and my uncles to be bedside with her at all times, and to know that she was cared for with nothing but love in our community is something that I can't recognize or put into verbal words the feelings that it brings out. From my Opa, he was so grateful to not have to have his wife leave the community that he was living in, because he couldn't have managed to been back and forth. It allowed for us to just spend the time with her that we all want at the end.
Over the years, the Compassionate Care Hospice Society has encountered some barriers and challenges. One challenge being meeting the hospice care demand within our community. As you can see, since 2020, the demand for a hospice suite has grown every year. The dark purple represents the number of waitlisted palliative people wanting to get into the hospice, versus the light purple indicate the number of clients occupying the suite at the time. Even through COVID, we were pretty steady, and it's important to note that, for example, from January to August 2022, we've only had 4 clients use the suite. This occupancy number may seem low, but in fact, 1 out of those 4 clients occupied the suite for 4 months out of the 8 months spanning from January to August. The other 3 clients' time was split up within the remaining 4 months. So far, there's been a total of 22 families who have utilized our hospice suite. There have been a total of 13 individuals who are waitlisted for hospice suite and either died at home, in hospital, or were transferred out of the community into Red Deer Hospice. These are just the individuals known and recorded through Rocky Home Care. Another reason for elevated demand is that our hospice clients may outlive their prognosis, therefore lengths of stays may vary per person. Death does not have a timeline, so some clients may live longer than projected and others may die sooner. This adds pressure to suite availability. Also, disparity of available resources and supports between urban and rural communities creates difficulties achieving the same level of end-of-life care and bereavement supports. For example, our suite only having 1 bed to accommodate all of Clearwater County versus Red Deer, who has 16 beds. Other challenges our society faces are that of financial sustainability and suite occupancy. Our occupational costs apply regardless if our suite is full or not. Costs can range from minimum $2,100 per month, and this does not include our office admin costs or hospice wages, as well as it doesn't include general inflation of supplies or medical equipment. Our hospice society relies primarily on donations and grant income to provide our operations. This is not sustainable given the expense it takes to continue operations as a whole. Effective November 1st, 2022, our hospice suite rent will increase to $21.69 per month. It is important to note that the Compassionate Care Hospice Society has no say when it comes to increased costs, as these are determined by Alberta Health Services. Our society does receive a $600 subsidy from Alberta Health Services every month towards our monthly hospice suite rent. However, the $21.69 is after the subsidy has already been applied. Our subsidy does not increase as AHS room rate increases. With suite occupancy, our challenges are that of client eligibility, which requires 3 months or less to live. There's also required criteria that needs to be met in order to be admitted into hospice care, which is determined through home care here in Rocky. It costs the Compassionate Care Hospice Society approximately $112,290 per year to continue ongoing hospice suite operations, administrative costs, and part-time employee wages. This $112,290 for core hospice operations does not include the cost of facilitating our special memorial events and programming that we do provide to our community throughout the year, such as nav care, butterfly releases, memorial rock painting, grief yoga, grief education. It also doesn't include our road shows, annual walk for hospices, workshops, and more. Our hospice suite expansion project. Hospice care operations second suite bed expansion. So our goal is to better meet the growing demand of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County's local population for end-of-life care. Our plan is to expand to a second hospice suite within the Good Samaritan Society Clearwater Center. And we plan to do this by first solidifying municipal funding to cover hospice operations, staff wages, and administrative costs. Then we would continue navigating the same model that we used for our first hospice suite project and continue with our tri-partnership contracts with Alberta Health Services, the Good Samaritan Society, and the Compassionate Care Hospice Society 2016. So here's an outline of our project partnerships. So we have the Clearwater County and the Town of Rocky, who provides the municipal funding required for operations, staff wages, and administrative costs. Then the Compassionate Care Hospice Society would remit the fees and associated costs needed to operate the 2 suites, connect with the families, and provide grief and bereavement support. Alberta Health Services would subsidize the suites and provide supports for end-of-life care, and our Rocky Home Care would work alongside our physicians to handle all client assessments and admissions. Rocky Home Care would also remain our client's case manager and monitor our client's overall health status. The Good Samaritan Society would continue providing the location of our suites and provide the hands-on 24-hour end-of-life nursing care, which also includes medication delivery. It is important to note that the board of the Good Samaritan Society has already expressed interest in expanding hospice care and has already requested information from Alberta Health Services about converting an SL3 room into an SL4 room for hospice care. Dale Bowler, who is Alberta Health Services Capacity Coordinator, has already collected a AHS utilization questionnaire for hospice suite needs assessment. He was already impressed regarding the Compassion Care Hospice rooms utilization prior to the needs assessment being taken place. However, our society is currently awaiting his response in regards to the AHS questionnaire results. The Compassionate Care Society currently covers all core operating costs through fundraising, donations, and annual municipal funding of $40,000. This is split evenly between the town and county. With our proposed budget, it is our hope that our municipal funding could be increased to $170,000 per year to accommodate our society's continual operating costs for 2 hospice suites, our office administration costs, and our employee wages. The Compassionate Care Hospice Society would then cover the cost to outfit the second suite, which would cost minimum $50,000 to do so, as well as also continue to cover monthly miscellaneous costs for both suites, such as restocking of inventory and supplies, care baskets, extra sanitization costs. We'd also continue costs for ongoing community programs and special events. We would manage these costs via continual fundraising, applied grants, and donation income. So why is hospice care important within our community? Because no one here gets out alive. We all experience death at some point within our lifetime, and one day you or your loved ones will need end-of-life care. So how do you plan to provide it?
Don't get me started looking backwards too long. Strong
first time I saw that, James, I sat there, I said, what's this about? And I went home and watched and looked at the lyrics and watched it 2 or 3 times, and every time I watch it now, it just does something to you. So I think that really wraps up what we are about. And we could sit here for hours talking about hospice, but you guys are busy, and our message is very simple and very straightforward. And it's a service, a public service that's essential, especially in a town our size and county our size. Just for your information, Rocky Hospice is actually called upon by other people in the province to see how we did what we have achieved. Because some other places just can't get it together. And our secret is we communicate, and work from the bottom. When we started, we worked with Good Sam at the very bottom managers and worked our way up. And with health services, we worked with home care, worked our way up. And then we built a team in town and worked our way up. Then we came here, worked our way up from a base. Because quite frankly, we can't rely on outside help to do this. As much as people say about palliative care, they seem to do a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. So we're here to try and get the action going in our community. And I think that's it. Any questions? And you know where to find us.
Certainly. Would there be questions from council? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that you were talking in talks with Alberta Health Services about converting an SL3 to an SL4. Would that still be within the Good Sam's, or are you looking at other facilities?
Yeah, still within the Clearwater Center.
Okay. Yeah. Can I have a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. As you're aware, we work with Westview Lodge directly. That facility obviously is not an SL4 facility. Would anything within that facility meet any of your needs to potentially expand your project?
We have to have the staff.
Right.
And you have to, you know, then the staffing is supplied, the registered nurse is supplied by AHS, and the LPNs and the healthcare aides are supplied by Good Sam. In fact, Good Sam approached us a year ago asking us if we wanted 2 rooms.
Can I have another follow-up?
Please, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned that Red Deer has 16 beds, and we only have 1. Is there a standard per capita that a community should be trying to achieve? Do you have those types of numbers?
In Alberta, there's 0 government policy to follow for hospice. They have palliative end-of-life care, yes, but as far as hospice buildings and hospice rooms, the answer is no. We're all on our own.
I have one more if
Sure, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Right, thank you. With Alberta Health Services model looking to shift more towards in-home based PLOC systems and end-of-life care, how do you think that will affect your model?
That's phase 3 of our operation.
So you're already working on it, look at that.
We're already working on this one. But the reason why we came here to get the extra room is to make the extra room work. Let's do this a stage at a time. Don't let's get so far ahead we shoot ourselves in the foot. Let's get this done properly, going forward, and do it right.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very well done.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, thank you. My question is to Jessica. You mentioned that AHS was doing a questionnaire.
Yes.
Could you give a little more detail? Is it open to the public? Is it still open? What's the target market, or what? We're just curious if this is something, it's an opportunity that we can as a council contribute as well.
So he did send it out to AHS staff within Rocky Mountain House, the Good Samaritan Society staff, and to Compassionate Care Hospice Society members and staff, just to get kind of a feel of the utilization within our suite so far. So for instance, some of the questions were, is this a needed resource? How many days a year has it been occupied? Et cetera, et cetera. I can get you a copy of what that questionnaire looked like. I don't have it with me at the moment, but as what I'm aware of is that the intake of the questionnaire is complete, and we're just waiting back to hear from him from what the results were.
Okay.
I believe I sent in 50 questionnaires myself, so I can't speak on behalf of HS staff or Good Sam, but yeah, there was quite a bit.
We can say there was not one negative response.
Please.
I see that in one of your opening slides that you don't charge. And could you just maybe give the philosophy behind that of versus, I know that the hospice and Red Deer they have different variants, the way I understand it, but maybe you could distinguish the difference between.
Red Deer Hospice, if you could afford $5,000 a month or more. I think our society's feelings on this is, why are we profiting from people's end-of-life care where you have families totally involved? And so you open this up to people who can afford it, those who can't afford it. I'm not sure that is the right way to do end of life, especially around an area like this.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Wahi. Thank you, Tracy Lynn. Thank you guys for what you do. This is such an important thing to have in our community, and you guys do such a great job. Whoever does all of your fundraising is doing such a great job, because you guys come up with such creative ideas, and you're always out there in the community, and you guys just do such an awesome job. I think this is something we absolutely need to be supporting, and I would love to see it come forward in our budget and our budget deliberations. And thank you guys for what you do. Wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The reason why we do a lot of fundraising is not to get the total amount of dollars we get in, it's to educate the public, because quite frankly, who wants to be educated about end of life? So it's a pretty tough subject to hit a lot of people with, but if we keep going into the public and saying compassionate care, buy a burger, that's fine. At least people know who we are and what we're doing.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. With you saying that there's no provincial policy in place for hospice, what ministry portfolio would this sit under? Would it sit under seniors housing or the health minister?
It comes under AHS.
Just under AHS, so it would be under the health minister at that point. Just because we do obviously lobby efforts as a council to upper government. So then if there was an actual policy in place for hospice, perhaps that would give a really good route for hospices across the province as well. So then perhaps that's something that our council can look at going forward as well to help your efforts there.
See, every time we go to an Alberta Hospice Palliative Care Association meeting, which of course hasn't happened for 2 years, it's always basically a bugbear that there is no provincial rules for. There's not even a designated contract between people to join. You know, it took us 2 years to get a contract with AHS in Good Sam. That's why the first 2 years took so long. It wasn't about raising money, it was getting the paperwork through the government bureaucrats. But I have been told by some managers that we already have a contract in place and we just have to proceed this one step at a time and make each step work, and then hopefully one step is finished by the time we get to the next one and we can just carry on.
Any additional questions? Ms. Serhan, please.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you knew the statistics as far as how many societies there are in Alberta and how they're funded?
They're pretty much all funded by, well, government. Every different system of fundraising, from from Strathmore through to straight fundraising events. Is there money from Alberta government? The answer is $600 a month to each room. And then they supply the RNs, of course, and they supply the home care. So they have those costs to put towards hospice. But as far as the physical room and running physically the rooms, no. There's a mishmash. There's no, whatever you want to, you have to be on your own when it comes to fundraising and financing hospice.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Well, thank you very much for sharing with us this morning. The peace you offer families in our community is priceless, and thank you for that work, and I wish you continued success in the future as well.
We're the only company that's not going to go out of business. us and Mr. Flynn. Thank you.
Super.
Thanks.
So I would be looking for a motion to accept the presentation for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. And thank you again.
Thank you.
That, I believe, takes us down into the planning and development phase, item 5, and more specifically, item 5.1, which would be first reading of bylaw 112722 for application number 0922 to amend the land use bylaw. And we're joined by our planning folks. Mr. Bisson, I will turn the floor across to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning. Good morning, Council. So Daniel Stark is here on behalf of his numbered company, and they currently hold title to the Southwest 1934-5 west of the 5th, containing 127.76 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District A and is located 2.5 miles southwest of the James River Bridge. This application is for the redesignation of approximately 5.36 acres of the subject property to the Recreational Facility District for the purpose of developing a small campground. The subject area proposed to be rezoned will not be subdivided from the balance of the subject lands. The subject land is approximately 1.5 miles west of Highway 22 along Township Road 34-3. The proposed site would be accessed via an existing approach off of Township Road 34-3, adjacent to the north property boundary. The subject land contains a residence, a log cabin, and a few ancillary buildings, all located in the southwest portion of the subject property, just west of the proposed area to be redesignated. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would like to create a small campground with a total of 4 campsites along the James River in the southwest portion of the quarter section. The 4 sites would be created, will be available for temporary or short-term users and will not be available for long-term lease. The campground will operate seasonally from May to September. The sites will be serviced with water, with power, water, and contain a 2-person wall tent, as well as an outhouse with holding tanks. The developer has included some of the proposed rules in the package for the campground. The rules include no noise after 10 p.m., no ATVs will be permitted, pets must be leashed at all times, just to name a few of those rules. Should council approve the land use amendment, the developer will need to obtain development approval for the campground, at which time issues such as stormwater management, water supply, wastewater, traffic impact, dust mitigation, and a landscaping plan would be addressed during that stage. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The property is bordered to the south by the James River and the boundary of Mountain View County. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the subject land to Recreational Facility District, RF, as shown on the Schedule A of the bylaw. So as we go into planning directions, we look at the county's MDP, some things to consider, land use compatibility, some things to evaluate. The proposal is the agricultural land and the ag quality of the land, as well as the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area, the number and type of existing and planned non-farm land uses in the area, predicted impact on agricultural production, the farmland assessment rating of the subject lands as well as adjacent lands. In recognizing the importance of protecting our waters, we need to consider the impact on proposed surface of the proposal on surface water and impact on the aquifers. Through the subdivision development approval process, the county could could require road widening for any adjacent roads adjacent to the subject property. Construction of roads and access to the county standards, limit the number of access points to the subject property, require adequate setbacks as well as sight lines, and we may also require the upgrading of county roads. Any development needs to meet provincial standard when it comes to water and wastewater services. The county shall not approve a development pursuant to the Water Act if groundwater is found to be insufficient. Other means of water supply may be acceptable to be provided for the development. MDP policy 11.2.21 deals with the potential that the county could require an area structure plan or outline plan. 11.2.22 just gives us a list of requirements that an ASP or an outline could address, such as site suitability, design and density, impact on the natural capital and environment, traffic impacts, and any other matters required by the county to be addressed. MDP policy 12.2.3, we could require any of the following studies to be provided by a professional engineer: a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, water supply study, stormwater management plan, and any other study required by the county. 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider, where applicable, the following when evaluating an application for redesignation or to develop lands: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the natural capital, including ag land, impact on the environment, site suitability and capacity, road requirements and traffic impacts, county responsibilities that may result from the development of the campground, any other matters that the county may consider relevant. As we move on to the county's land use bylaw, I've included the general purpose of the recreational facility district. I've included the definition of a campground. Section 3.5, Part 10, just gives Clearwater County a list of potential development conditions that the Planning Commission could require as part of the development approval, if we get to that stage. Section 13.4, Part 10L of the land use bylaw just deals with the site density, and because we're dealing with a site that's under 10 acres in size, the maximum number of campsites is 8 sites per acre. And I've also included the guidelines for the total area of a campsite. Policy considerations: the main purpose of this application is to rezone 5.36 acres of the subject land from Agriculture District A to recreational facility for the purpose of developing a 4-site campground. The RF district is intended to accommodate and regulate development of major or intensive recreational buildings and uses. The proposed use fits within the listed uses outlined in the RF district. The size of the proposed campground does meet the allowable densities of a campground. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff do not believe that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area. Clearwater County could require an environmental assessment report to address any sensitivity of adjacent lands. Campgrounds could provide a more diversified local economy while promoting the county as a tourist destination. Section 12.2.3 and 4 allows the county to ask the developer to provide certain studies such as traffic impact assessment, stormwater management plans, and dust mitigation strategies. Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is that Council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1127-22 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Before we ask any questions, let's do a quick round of introductions. I'll start with Division 1 again, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenny Melhoff, welcome, and Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello there, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Dustin Bisson, Planner.
And I'm Daniel.
Welcome. Any questions of the Development Officer? Councillor Swanson, please.
Approximately from the main township road down into the development, how long would that driveway be?
The driveway is about a quarter mile almost. Yeah, it's just a regular road that I maintain, road.
Okay, does that follow?
Please.
What are you considering as far as security? Like, would you be having a gate or just, I'm just thinking of unannounced guests.
Unannounced guests, well, I'm there 24/7. We have cameras on public places, like at the beginning of the road and near the house. And that's basically it for security. I have a dog that announces when people come down the road. He's very friendly, but he always tells us that somebody's coming. At present, we operate a small bed and breakfast in the house, and we don't really have a problem with security. We generally know everybody that's coming in and out. It's pretty quiet.
And I'll go to Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious if you had considered secondary access with that being such a long driveway and it being now a fully commercial development. Secondary access may be a requirement. How would a secondary access for this type of property happen?
Like a secondary way to get in?
In and out?
Yeah, right now that's the only way in and out. The river would, of course, is a big barrier there that I can't go in and out. The township road is the really only way to get in and out. That field right there, before I built the road there, I used to just go right across the field. And you know, in the wintertime, it's a little bit more difficult, but I mean, you can get out, but with a vehicle, yeah, it would be difficult. But like if you're thinking about fire, it would be, people can escape is what I'm saying, but yeah, I don't know, and there's no other way to get out. I couldn't build another road, and it wouldn't be worth it for 4 campsites to build a whole other road out.
Perfect, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm wondering what the topography is like in that area, between there and the river. I'm just wondering also, you know, it seems to me, I'm wondering why that area wasn't developed for agriculture.
It's all forest. It's pretty dense forest in there. I've got a few, you know, paths that go down to the river for river access, so people can enjoy the river there, and myself. I don't think anybody took the trees out there just because it's not suitable for the hay, like we have hayland there. It's not suitable for that because the river would come in, and every once in a while it could destroy any kind of farmland there. It's too unpredictable. So it's forested, and it's a beautiful little section of land there, those 5 acres, with nice little paths going through it. But for agriculture, I don't think anybody has, like all the farmland that's around there, nobody has anything that's developed all the way to the river.
Is there quite a steep slope from there to the river?
No, it's pretty flat. I mean, there's a slight slope, but no, it's pretty flat.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Bisson, most of like any of the environmental impacts or anything like that will be taken into consideration during a development permit phase, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So the setbacks, I believe, off the James River is 30 meters, would be a 30-meter setback. And that's something that we could mitigate as part of the development permit stage.
Perfect. I am prepared to make a motion if rest of council is ready.
I think, yes, I guess, go ahead, please, and then we'll continue.
That council consider granting first reading for bylaw 1127/22 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just one quick question. Are you planning on continuing your bed and breakfast once the campsite is up and running as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you very much. To decide on 4 sites, I was just wondering what's to be able to have 4 sites, how come not more or less?
Well, these are gonna be glamping sites. They're not like, so I'm providing the tent. It's gonna be a really, I would say, luxurious. There's gonna be a bed in there, its own private bathroom, like an outhouse, but you don't share it. Changed linen, things like that, and I cannot envision myself having any more than 4, because I have to change the linen, I have to prepare everything. It's too much work for me to do anything more than 4. Yeah, it's just too much. Anything more than 4 would take, I wouldn't be able to provide the quality of service to my guests, anything more than that.
Thank you.
Additional comments, questions? If not, I will call a question on the motion before us. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us down our agenda to item number 6, and that's a letter of support for rural Red Deer Restorative Justice, and that's a grant application. And we're joined by Ms. Haggart, and I shall turn the floor across to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve, and good morning, members of council. So this item is before council as a request from representatives from our local Clearwater Community Crime Watch group. They touched base with me, including Councillor Ratcliffe, regarding a letter of support for the rural Red Deer Restorative Justice, who's applying for an Alberta Crime Prevention Grant for 2022. And restorative justice, just to refresh council's memory, is an approach that focuses on addressing and repairing harms caused by holding the wrongdoer responsible for their actions. And this is something that addresses the causes and consequences of offending people, as well as their relationships in society. The Rural Red Deer Restorative Justice Program is one that's operated out of Red Deer County, I believe, and is available to young nonviolent wrongdoers between the ages of 12 and 25 years old, and to those that they have caused harm to. So that Alberta Crime Prevention Grant Program is going to be providing limited time grant funding that is available for up to 2 years for projects or programs that focus on direct delivery of crime prevention and community safety and well-being programs, services, and supports. So they're proposing a pilot program over a 2-year period with the objective of engaging rural communities and within central Alberta to discuss, plan and develop and implement a hub and spoke model for restorative justice within rural communities surrounding Red Deer, Alberta, in this case in Clearwater County. This model of service delivery would expand and build upon existing fully operational and their successful program that they've got underway already. And it would be a partnership amongst the groups. So the issues that they're looking to address with this grant are criminal activity by young offenders in that 12 to 25 years of age, hoping to mitigate some of the overtaxation on the justice system that's promoting that cycle of catch and release that I know I've heard council express as a concern over the last few years and even before that. And the frequency and escalation of types of crime by the same individuals, and this is a way to try and get to them at the beginning before they've gone too far down the path, and dealing with some of the unmet needs of the victims of crime as well. So there's support for the people that are receiving the criminal activities against them. So I'm going to leave it at that in terms of description of the project and the grant that the community group is looking to apply for. And I'll turn the floor back over to members of council, and perhaps Councillor Ratcliffe wants to expand. I know that they had a recent meeting that I wasn't part of, so there may be more information he'd like to provide. But I did include, should council wish to endorse a letter of support, a draft letter for consideration as well within the package.
Thank you very much. Open it up for questions. Councillor Ratcliffe, or comments?
Yeah, I have some comments to add. Statistics tell us that a career criminal can cost society $200 million in their lifetime. We're very fortunate in our community that Staff Sergeant Monroe has quite a background in restorative justice. He tells me that it has a much higher success rate than the criminal justice system itself in, taking people away from a life of crime. And I know that many rural residents are frustrated with this repeating cycle of property crime. So this program will allow local people in the community to do something positive to reduce crime. So I think it can be a valuable asset to our community. Councillor Graham, do you have anything to add?
Please.
Sorry.
Thank you, Tracy Lynn. You're definitely the one who's researched this. I absolutely support it. I don't know that it's effective for everyone, but I know that some people it is absolutely effective for, and if it takes some criminals off the street and makes them good functioning members of society, I absolutely am in favor of that. I think too, with the fact that our crime watch is struggling, it would be great to, I know this isn't within our county necessarily, but they're our neighbors, and I think it would definitely affect us positively here. I think the letter is well written, and I would absolutely be in favor. I think this is a great thing to support, and the letter is good to go in my opinion.
Additional comments, questions? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I 100% agree. We can't keep doing what we're doing and expect something different to happen. We need to try different tact. And if our sergeant is saying that this is something that he has seen to be very effective, I would trust his judgment, and I think that it'd be great to see this as a part of our community as well. So I would be ready to make the motion that council endorses the letter of support for rural Red Deer Restorative Justice Alberta Crime Prevention Grant application as presented.
Thank you very much. Additional comments? I would have one question. I know you put a figure across there, and I'd like to understand more about that cost, that crime, a habitual criminal or a continuous offender, that was something hundreds of millions of dollars, or I just got to kind of understand that one.
Yes, that was 200 million in a lifetime of crime, and that would encompass everything, policing, the justice system, increased costs of insurance, the whole range of cost, even into social services.
Yeah, and just to note that that's a cost to society, it's not an economic driver. That's a cost to society, so that's staggering. So, Councillor Swanson, please.
Director Hackett, was there not a restorative justice within the town of Rocky Mountain Hills at one point in time?
Councillor Swanson, you're correct, yes, and I believe there still is. I'm not sure if those two groups are working together. I understand that was a youth-based program as well, and I can't recall the name. I believe it is the Rocky Rural Restorative Justice Society, another acronym with R's and J's in it. But I don't know, Councillor Ratcliffe, were they at the table in that discussion with the local crime watch?
They have been involved in the discussion trying to get a program going here, and leveraging off an existing system that Red Deer has would be the fastest way for us to have that here. The existing group is just a youth justice group, and the program is somewhat different, but they are involved in the discussions here.
And as council may recall, when we got before the K Division, I think in recent history here, we did pose that question around restorative justice as well, and if that was something that they were considering, and I think they had refocused some of their efforts in that direction as well. So I just would ask a question of council. Are you comfortable with the content of the draft letter there? Is there anything we want to add, change? I'm certainly very comfortable with putting my chicken scratch on that. It's not seeing any, Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay. All right, well, I think we're ready. I will call the question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us. That brings us to item number 7, and more specifically, item 7.1. I think we may be on this section for a little while, but we'll get started here, and then we'll potentially take a little break midstream. But Mr. Martinson and team.
Morning.
We shall turn the floor across to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Council, morning. First item up here is the Ag Recreation Facility. We've had various discussions over the years, and we just want an opportunity to come back and discuss it a little bit further with council today. 2015, county was in partnership with the Rocky Mountain House District and Agricultural Society, at which time a feasibility study was completed. Study included significant community involvement consultation. We have attached the study for council's review again. Since the completion of the study, council has also been presented with additional information regarding the possibility of acquiring an existing building in the county. It is our recommendation today that council provide some further direction to us on whether council wishes to continue to investigate the acquisition of an existing building, or if council wishes to update the outdated components of the feasibility study, and which would allow for the potential to continue on a path that may include developing a new facility in the future. Currently, phase 1 of the potential future project, as outlined in the feasibility study, is tentatively included in the infrastructure's capital 10-year plan for 2024. And recent council activity, you may recall at your June 28th, 2022 meeting, the following motion was carried by Councillor Reeve Lougheed that an additional $500,000 be restricted to the Ag and Community Facility account, and directs administration to include this annually in the budgeted restrictions with no end date, and that was carried. I think maybe that's sort of enough to just kick that discussion off. If that works for council, I'll turn it back over to the Reeve.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll open it up for questions. We'll start with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, I absolutely welcome a building like this into our community. I feel at this point we're not ready for a 2024 build date personally, especially with phase 1 being a $12 million undertaking. I think that if I remember correctly, and Ms. Serhan can probably pull it up, we're in the $4 million range, maybe 4.5 now with the $500,000 allocation that we've added. But again, Ms. Serhan would probably be able to correct me with being the numbers person. I think that we would definitely have to do a little bit more saving prior to being able to undertake this type of project. I also think that with us working with our neighboring municipality to the south, that this could change and develop some, working with them. So I would like to push it a few more years and become much better set in order to build the type of building and facility that this community needs and deserves, and do it the justice that it can have. Because for phase 2 in particular, we need a building like that in Clearwater County, like a conference center type facility. But we need to, one, place it in the appropriate location, and two, do it right. We can't be going halfways with this. I truly feel that we need to get it right. So I think that we're not quite there yet, personally.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I 100% agree with Councillor Melhoff. I think she hit the nail right on the head there. I know for me, I dream of going and watching cattle shows in a beautiful ag facility in Clearwater County one day. And I think we're gonna get there, but I just agree we need to have more money saved. And I think in regards to pursuing an already built facility within the county, I think we need to not be doing that, because according to the study, it doesn't fulfill many of the needs that county residents have. So I don't think there's a point in spending a bunch of money on a facility that's not gonna meet the needs of our residents. So I think unless a brand new facility were to pop up that fulfilled all those needs, it would then be worth maybe looking into, but the ones that we've spoken about don't fulfill them. So I think we need to do it right, do it once when we have the money. That is all.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm in agreement with the previous two councillors. My reasoning is a little bit different. I've been to a few ag-related events in the area, and certainly the support that I see around Caroline for these events is significantly more active than here. So I think that might be a good location once we're through amalgamation, or something to consider anyway. I can see how it could be a cornerstone for development in that area if that was the final decision. I also feel that this is a business the county shouldn't be in, that it should be done with a business mindset instead of a municipal mindset. And around this table, we've had a few comments recently and over the past year where there are other endeavors that are needed in the community that should also be done with a business mindset. So hopefully we can further develop that opportunity, and that this is something that would fit more there. So I haven't polled the community very much, but my personal feeling is to leave this facility on a back burner, that we continue setting money aside till we're in a better position to proceed.
Okay.
Those are my comments.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councillor Swanson.
As I reviewed the study again over the weekend, I like the fact that it was a multi-use building. I'm not sure it needs to be that big. I think we are going to be approached in the future about other multi-use possibilities. So in conjunction with this one, it might be the best future planning that we can do as a council. Just keep this in mind. Does it need to be as big as it's been outlined? I don't know. So in a way, to me, this is a bit outdated, even with the COVID experience that we've had over 2 years, minimal amount of people gathering together, things like that. Do we need it for 1,000 people? I don't know. Maybe we need it for 500. Just little things like that. So I'm willing to discuss it. Maybe it would be nice to have some community input in this again. And no offense to the Ag Society, but it has to bring in all other groups to sit around and say, okay, we did this 6 years ago, 7 years ago, is this still our priority? And we know as people, our volunteers change, new ideas come forth. So to me, it's not going back to the drawing table, but let's bring the project as it is now, and maybe it needs tweaking, and then maybe it's something we can get our heads around as far as maybe the cost isn't 12 million on first phase. Maybe it's less of that, and maybe there's an opportunity to include some innovative construction, et cetera, that could help with grants, et cetera. So I'm not against, but I'm not for it, and I'm on a pause button, I guess that's where I'm at.
Thank you. I might just comment here. I think the community shared enthusiasm for this a number of years back. It was in alignment with what many other municipalities were doing at the time. I think we have the benefit now to see the pathway that those other communities have taken and how those facilities are used, and perhaps having more light shone on the subject, we will have a better chance when we get the right size, the right building, the right concepts behind it. And I think as this is somewhat dated, and we know even just in the last year that our pricing has went sky high on many things. I think when we go into any of these things, we want to go in with as much information as we can, with our eyes wide open, of what it means to the community, what the community hopes it will do for them, and the economic drivers, of course, that go along with it. Like we learned in our strategic planning session, that there are many varied priorities of this community moving forward. And we want to make sure that we have everything there that the community wants, and a plan to be able to achieve those goals. So I would think, for me, some of the first steps would be perhaps to update this plan so we know where we're at now with this was and what the costing could be. And I think also, looking at more of a blank page of what it could be for our community. But I think we should still, like we do in most of our asset management, we look long-term, we continue to add to those restricted surpluses, so when we come to those decision points, that we have a good basis to be able to support those ongoing projects and infrastructure. Enough of my soapbox. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What other municipalities operate facilities such as this? One comes to mind in particular is like Olds, I believe it's called Cow Palace. Is that a municipally ran facility or a private business? I know that you may not have the answer.
Yeah, I don't specifically have the answer for that facility, but I do know that the model for operations is a bit diverse, and there is varying degrees of municipal involvement. I don't think a very likely or consistent model out there is direct municipal operations, but a lot of models include some municipal participation. Some models don't include any municipal participation at all. Most models include some sort of an ag society partnership, not all. Some models include strictly private type operations, even in a public type venue that we're talking about. So it is quite varying out there, and I think certainly that's part of the discussion at some point when we get to that pull out on the pathway to a facility, which is to consider the operations and how that looks as far as what council's goals are with any recreation, whether it's operating a ball diamond or funding a ball diamond or a pool or any other amenity. Council has to decide what services we want to provide there, to what level do we want users to pay versus municipal contribution through tax levy. So all those questions, I think, are great questions and will be something that we will bring to council when the appropriate time comes.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. When talking with our municipal partners, This would obviously be a regional asset if it was to be built. Is this something that would be looked at the ICC for a rec agreement change, et cetera, or could be included in such documents?
I think that's certainly something council could do if they wished. There has been informal discussions in the past with municipal partners within our region and their participation. And then informal discussions more recently, but going back to the history, the facility like this has been talked about for a long time, and I've been told even into the 80s. But the last time it was really discussed formally with a municipal partner being the town was during the North Saskatchewan River Park committee days when the town county had a committee. There was at one point a master plan for that facility that included a significant increase in recreation amenities, including soccer pitches and a multi-use facility that was called a field house at that time that did have a dirt floor component that would address some of the things that have addressed here, but also a artificial turf type component or field house, traditional indoor soccer, indoor baseball, that kind of facility. Long story short, plans changed at North Saskatchewan River Park, challenges were discovered, and new models for delivering recreation were sort of realized, and the complete sort of build out of that area changed. Certainly the town's invested in different aspects of recreation and community type events out there, but it wasn't necessarily including this as their sort of future plan. So it's been a while. To answer the original question and bring this back to where we started here, it's been a while since those discussions have happened with any municipal partners, and I think if council wished to do that, that would certainly be something that administration could facilitate.
Thank you. I have one more if council allows.
Sure, I'm not seeing any other lights on, so go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned potentially having some of this documentation updated. Do you have an idea of what pieces of it you would like to see updated? Would we be looking at public consultation like Councillor Swanson suggested? And if you have any idea on what a type of update would cost?
Yeah, so I think we would go through a review process to identify things that are clearly out of date. So, part of the study discussed an environmental review of what's going on around us. That's certainly changed since 2015. That's sort of an easy change and update to make, but certainly important information to council. So, our review would identify those components. As far as how we would address the community consultation part, I think, our vision definitely aligned with what I'm sort of hearing councillors discuss. We don't need to necessarily quite do a tear down and rebuild, but maybe we need to strip it back to the studs and walls. And so we have a little bit of information to go to the community groups and say, this is what we heard before. Is this sort of still the idea? Have we changed directions in a significant way? Or are we just refining this information in small ways? And if the answer is, complete need to change that information, we could engage that community group and do that. If it was a minor tweak, then we could be confident that the information that we had for that specific user group, which helped formulate the amenities and programming parts, is still sound. And so I think that could certainly be included. We haven't priced any of that, and certainly part of understanding where council wanted to go here today will help us drive what we need to propose for budget as we get into that process here this fall.
Thank you.
And I see lights everywhere, so I'm gonna go to Division 7 first, and then I'll work our way back around the table.
Thank you. So just through the conversation, you just brought up a couple extra questions for me. And would the study include you know, and maybe this is getting into the details or into the weeds, but, you know, a staffing model, a bit of an operational model, what's the return of investment? And I guess as a public building, we would have to tie it into public services, utilities, I should say. So can't be just a standalone at some rural location, I would imagine. So just for ease of access, et cetera. So again, going through that study, again, tweaking it, it would be through that public consultation is maybe to have those discussions on possible locations there at the same time. So just, if we're gonna have that public consultation, we know what the building may look like, but where is it going to be could really hinge on what the building would look like as well. Just a comment.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's certainly on par with, I think, what our vision is, in a sense of being able to understand that right sizing as it relates to services and programming. I don't know if a study's ever going to be able to put an X on a map, but I think what we could do is better strengthen the site selection criteria. It's certainly useful right now. It maybe isn't as specific as it could be, and we could certainly refine that and certainly add a little more meat around what's needed from, say, a servicing perspective. Depending on how the building's phased out, maybe a certain phase could operate off of private type servicing on a short period of time, recognizing that once we get into another phase of the building, that might need servicing. So being able to understand where that servicing is heading in the future is super important. Maybe it doesn't need to be here today for phase one or phase 1A and so I think what we could do in the study is better put a potential plan together that better reflects some of those things that then could help council, who, you know, with all due respect, is your job to put that X on the map in consultation with the community. But granted, it certainly is our job to provide all the information you need to do that. So that's good information, I think, can certainly help Eric and I design that next step of the process should council choose to move in that direction today.
And Councillor Cermak, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Martinson. That was great information there. I think there's a great need for this in this county. I'm kind of with Councillor Radcliffe that I think it should be in the Caroline area, but that's just me. And in all the time that you've been working with this, has there been any private individual step forward or companies that would like to get invested in something like this? Has there been any interest at all?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we certainly have to be careful here in open council.
Yes.
Out of respect of private interests, but there has been desire over the years for private support. And I think multiple different opportunities potentially throughout the years. And again, my history working on this project goes right back to my history with the county. As I said, some goes farther. I wasn't born in the early 80s, but I understand they were talking about this then. So I can kind of only speak for, you know, the last 12, 15 years. But yeah, to answer that question, there has been interest. It's always hard to match some of the private desires, time frame, things of that to where the project is. And so, you know, we just haven't maybe hit that sweet spot yet where we're all sort of at the same spot, marching the same direction. But and what model we want to go with, there's a few different ways to skin this cat. And, you know, we've been slowly getting together information on those various ways and coming back to council and then going back to work. And I think that's important to try to really understand, you know, what could be done. Councillors over here mentioned, you know, what's right for our community. You got to take a pretty good lay of the land to understand that, and I think we're doing it, and that's part of it. And yes, it's certainly going to be something that needs to be looked at in the future, as well as understanding what's happened in the past.
And I'll just comment before I go to Councillor Graham. Ultimately, there's a lot of dynamics happening within our community at the moment. Even the least of those being changes to the highway, perhaps some changes in regional governance. Those kind of dynamics, along with costing of everything, capacity within our organization to manage more things and build more projects, as well as really meeting those infrastructure needs that we know we have to meet. So this is a great, I think this would be a great addition to our community. I think we have to have the right information before us and make it the right decision for the time. And that's, if we're looking at a 2024 timeline, that may be very aggressive in being ready in that period of time, but I don't think we should not keep our nose to the grindstone, make sure we've got the data to make the best decision, and that council has that information before them in order to make the right choices for their community. Councillor Graham, please, and then I'll come back to Deputy Reid.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. In regards to the potential surveyor, or whichever you guys might want to do here, I know that in the last one you included some farmers. Was it open up to all farmers? Or did you just reach out to specific?
So the last time we did consultation with the community, it happened in sort of two formats. One format was survey and one format was direct interviews. The questions asked and the information gathered was very much in the same ballpark. It was just done in a different way. All that was done by invitation in order to be very precise and ensure that we get access to the information sort of expertise or subject matter experts, if you will. You raise a good point. There might be a better opportunity to include a little more broad spectrum information, cast that net a little wider. Often if you just sort of throw it out there, you're not going to get the greatest return rate, which may be okay. Whereas when you sort of specifically provide that invitation and coax them sort of into the office for the interview, you do sort of get more participation. But there certainly, I think, could be an opportunity for both. And I think, if I'm sort of looking back and seeing where maybe we had a bit of lack of information and understanding whether this was truly supported by sort of all multi-users, was maybe limiting, rather than sort of allowing come one, come all information is good and worth us listening to. So we can maybe better balance that as we look at how we're gonna move forward with updating a potential plan.
Did you also in the past reach out to other ag societies? Like Old Ag Society is absolutely phenomenal. Bashaw has an incredible ag society, and they bring so much business to their areas. And like it started off with the Cow Palace, it's now on the other side of the road too. And do we reach out to them too? Yeah,
so they were more consulted as far as the operational and programming aspects go. They weren't necessarily consulted on what amenities should be included in our facility. That was sort of left up to the local groups. But once those amenities were identified, that collective of information was then sort of took into them and said, well, what is it costing to run this? What sort of revenues are you able to generate from this amenity? How much staff do you have to do X, Y, Z? And then a little bit of facility maintenance type stuff as well beyond the programming. So that's sort of the area that the discussions happened with both private, public, and quasi organizations that are active in this area that would be comparable, if we could say that.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reid, please.
Thank you very much. It's happy to see the discussion on this topic again, I know there has been residents, and I've heard community support for something like this. I think with the probably in the in the near future, like not too far out, but a lot of decisions would be sort of hinging on the outcome of the amalgamation with the municipality of Caroline. It's sort of public knowledge to everybody that that's going on. Yeah, if it was closer to, like Councillor Swanson and also Councillor Ratcliffe, if it was closer to an urban community, it does have faster response time and stuff like that for emergency services. And I don't know if it's been considered or not, but I know that there's aging halls and infrastructure like that, and there's been events and stuff that have had reduced numbers because of building deficiencies on some of the existing halls and stuff like that. So maybe rather than investing in renovations and stuff and existing aging infrastructure, maybe this could invest into a new building to host those community events and stuff. So, and I know that if for survey locations, I don't know if we could continue to have surveys at the waste transfer sites, but I know that if there was a survey to be done, if it could be completed at the waste transfer site, because there was a lot of people that come, everybody goes to the waste transfer sites. Anyways, it'd be a great addition to the community, this. And I think really everybody would use it, all residents, one way or the other, through any kind of event. I think all people would use this piece of infrastructure, so.
Mr. Hanson, I know your light's been on for a bit.
No, that's absolutely appreciate the conversation, very similar to the conversation we had during the strategic planning meeting. As council is well aware, we're in the midst of budget preparations. So I guess what I would put back to council is, are you prepared to make a decision to have that removed from budget right now until a time that it can be reestablished, or do we want to bump it down the timeline? There again, just getting budget ready, funding strategies, etc. It'd be great to know, and council can certainly defer that decision to budget time, but as Matt alluded to, that it is capital expenditure of $12 million has been identified in 2024, and I believe the balance of phase 2 is a few years down the line. So prudent planning, we can have that removed from budget, and they say until the study is completed, then it can be reestablished, or we could bump it down the timeline, or you can defer the decision.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I am prepared to definitely bump it from this year. I would like to see it come back in our term again, though, so we can revisit it personally.
Thank you. And Councillor Melhoff.
I was gonna say the same thing. I don't want it removed because I fear that if we remove it entirely, then this goes away, and I don't want to see that happen. I do think this is important for our community. It's just important that we, like I said, get it right. So, and I don't think that we're ready. So if we can bump it, and perhaps administration can give us a better idea of how far we should be bumping it, but I agree, I'd really love to see it come back in our term. Maybe even come back next year and we can reevaluate if we're ready for the year after. I don't know if that's appropriate for us to look at this every year until we're ready to pull the pin, but perhaps you can give us some guidance on what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I guess what I would suggest, being that it's always been set as $12 million as a placeholder, certainly to try to construct in whichever year, it would be prudent to actually plan for engineering design in advance. I would suggest that money be allocated for continuing updating the survey plan for 2023. Engineering as soon as 2024, and possible construction by 2025 would be the most condensed timeline from what I can see, unless, it could be expedited if something changes, but that would be as fast as I could see it happening.
A question I would have with the original feasibility study, there were a number of estimates made on cost. Was that based on engineering studies, so what I'm trying to get a feel of is to update that material, what kind of resources do we have to put in your wheelhouse in order to update the material so that in this budget cycle we can have the right information to fit the timelines that we're talking about here today?
I don't have that specific answer, but I certainly will when we do budget deliberations. But I think to answer the question, it can be done next year. I think, I'm pretty confident we can have what we've sort of called a review, and, discussed, I think, well enough that I think we have enough direction on what that looks like to move forward and complete that next year. From there, those are high-level estimates based on comparable facilities built recently. They're very high level. We turn that information over to Eric's group and they refine those numbers down to something a lot more realistic. But also, sites need to be selected and things like that to be able to link those building costs with the land costs. But I would agree with Director Hansen. We could be bringing this back next year with an updated study. At that time, council could, make further decisions on scheduling, funding, those types of things.
I would just comment, I would certainly be supportive of something like that. Looking and having reviewed this, the study again, that, really it's not supportive of some of the options that were here for, like for repurposing an existing building out there. This study doesn't really support that. It's really, this study is supporting a purpose-built building. I think that was the expectation of the people that gave feedback on this study. So really we have to have updated numbers so that we are knowing where we're at in order to make those large of budget decisions. And I would just suggest that if it was $12 million 7 years ago, it could be substantially higher today. And so then you have to match your expectations with what your feasibility study has indicated before. Councillor Swanson, I believe.
I would even, just from Eric's comments about moving it the placeholder, over 1 year, I'd even suggest maybe 2. And the only reason for that is that when we do again, going back to the topic of multi-use, they're probably going to be in the next year, especially with with the imminent provincial government election, we are going to be dealing with a different government and therefore different allocations to the LGFF. And so that will be huge on placeholders within our capital budget. So even though I would like to move forward with the updated on the study for next year, I would be more comfortable moving the project to 2026 versus 2025. We can still have discussions with it going through budget deliberations the next 3 years with this council. And if we decide to bump it up, and also get through the amalgamation study with the village, will also help to determine our priorities with budget, and especially I would say in the next year to 18 months. So, but I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no further discussion.
Sure. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree with both the councillors, Graham and Swanson, that, I would like to see it set back 2 years. It's important, we need to keep working on it, but I would definitely like to see it come back during our term and hopefully with a decision for construction.
Thank you, and Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I'm probably a little different. I would like to see this go ahead as soon as possible. I think there's a great need for this, and I think we can draw a lot of people into our county, and a lot of money will come with it if the facility is right. There's a lot of people that are interested in coming into this county, and if we give them the facilities and the right facility, they're gonna come from all over Alberta to come here, because we have a beautiful spot for them. They can come here, do in our rec building, and then they can go out and tour our West Country and come back and do another session in the rec building. It's just a great draw. So I don't think we can afford to keep postponing this. I think we need to move ahead with what Mr. Hansen said. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve.
Thank you very much. My time frame or my thought on it, I guess I suppose, would be more on the really the outcome of the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. That's whether it was 2 months or 2 years, but that would be my opinion on it, is really the outcome of the amalgamation of Caroline. The sooner that happens, I think the sooner that the project like this could go ahead. And the dollar figure and the investment that would have to be made into the existing old infrastructure could be, rather than investing into old infrastructure and still having old buildings, you could actually put it into this. So that's my thoughts.
Councillor Swanson, please.
All right, I'll make the motion, and if we have further discussion, we'll go from there. So council directs administration to update the study with the stakeholders and to move the placeholder in the capital budget from 2024 to 2026.
Okay. Discussion relating to that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. When we get back information from the study to be brought back for next year, how easy is it to move that placeholder forward or back after that? Like obviously not 2023.
Yeah, well, that's it. Realistically, if council did have the information in 2023 for the build, it's conceptual. That's when the heavy lifting starts with prelim and detailed design. Hopefully, through that consultation process, you find your ideal location, what it's gonna look like. Really, we would need, especially for a build that size, you would need all of 2024 to get the, if it requires a land acquisition, of course, and the detailed design, and then commence construction in 2025, or 2025, yes. So preliminary engineering, siting, land acquisition all in 2024. Maybe you could start construction in 2024, but like I say, again, a build of a $12 million magnitude would likely take possibly 18 months to build, or 12 months to build. So.
Thank you. I have many more comments and questions. However, I feel that I would be stepping into the realm of we would need to move in camera for us to have deeper discussions on some of these things, especially if we're talking locations, land acquisitions, et cetera. That would definitely have to be moving in camera, and I can feel that our council really wants to dig into the bones of this, but I don't necessarily think that it's fully appropriate for this conversation. However, knowing that we can move that placeholder to 2025, even if we're putting a placeholder in 2026, should the information present itself, and should this council want to pull the pin, I am comfortable going with Councillor Swanson's motion at this point.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just on the motion, we have to have it so far out into 2026 for the
I guess for me, it's just with all the question marks that's ahead of us, like if we have those answers within the next year, we can always bump it up. But it feels, I don't want it to feel rushed. I want it to feel well thought out. So especially dealing with the province on this, it could impact grants, it could impact our own municipal stream, et cetera. So that's why I'm pushed it to 2026.
And I would just say, as I mentioned earlier on, there's so many dynamics happening right now, and I thank Councillor Swanson for bringing up the LGFF. That formula hasn't been determined yet, so we don't even know whether that's going to be tied in with provincial revenues and what that model is going to be. So again, a dynamic that we use for much of our infrastructure development. So it may turn out that if we want to have a project like this go forward, it may be one of those perfect things for a partnership with, but many questions I think need to be answered to make the best decision. And I think this is a good step toward that, and I'll be supporting the motion. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have a question for Ms. Sirhan in regards to the budget. Do we have a place mark for a new administrative building in the 10-year budget? I feel like I've seen one, but I don't. We do. It's not in 2026, is it? No. Okay.
2028.
Okay, I just didn't want to move it to the same. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Okay, good. Good.
I do. I love building things.
All right, I think I shall call the motion on the floor then. All those in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. And we've been marathoning it here, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 5 to 11 then, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We're still on item number 7. We're moving to item 7.2, which is Caroline Seniors Housing Project. And again, I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Martinson when he's ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Hello again, Council. So we're going to move right into the Caroline Seniors Housing agenda item. I think as well, over the past few years, Council has been quite involved in this project, and that sort of starts with Council's contribution in funding to the Caroline Chamber of Commerce for the purpose of studying a potential new seniors housing facility in that community. The Chamber retained a consultant to conduct the study, and several updates to Council during the study process. Existing, that would have to be created by this Council under the MGA. Recently, the county was informed by letter that the Rocky Seniors Housing Council declined the invitation from the Chamber of Commerce to take ownership of the project. Council may wish to refer to the correspondence section of this agenda if they wish to review that letter. If Council would like to explore the second option for project ownership, Administration recommends that Council directs Administration to bring back more information on the process to form a municipal corporation and the opportunities and risks in doing so, and just the general information that, as I mentioned earlier, that is governed under the Municipal Government Act, and it is technical, takes lots of process, and certainly different types of operations than maybe what we're used to. So there would be a significant amount of information that we suggest Council may want to consider if that's an avenue. We also are considering or believe Council may want to consider additional information to better understand the project, and some of that information may include, but certainly isn't limited to, a third option, which is private ownership. It wasn't discussed a whole lot during the study, but that we want to be clear to Council that that is a potential option that you may or may not want to explore more. And certainly, there's different, within that private model, there's different opportunities as well. Council may want to consider existing senior facilities operating within the county, and Council may want to consider availability of support staff for an additional facility, and sort of some of the challenges around that or opportunities around that. There may also be higher level discussion the Council may believe necessary to undertake before we move forward. Potential amalgamation certainly is a high level parallel thing going on right now. Site selection, I think there was some assumptions by the community, that available land that the county owned would be useful and acceptable for a facility, but Administration does not have a motion directing Administration to provide that, and we wanted an opportunity potentially now or in the future for Council to have that discussion. Council's vision also might be a high level a topic that needs to be discussed for balancing capital facility resources with recreation, culture programs, and social and medical services at the Southeast Recreation Grounds in Caroline and at the Hub, Kurt Browning Complex in the arena, as well as overall economic development within the Village of Caroline. Those are, again, some high-level discussions that certainly play into this that haven't necessarily happened. And I guess, a micro example that sort of spills out or trickles down from that vision is, the community's done a tremendous job bringing in medical services to the community to operate out of the Hub. Done such a great job that they filled that building up quite a bit quicker than I think anybody would have ever estimated when the county, the village, the community worked together to build it. there is some downside to doing that, and it's disrupted some of the core and original anchor tenants such as Play School. And now the Play School is utilizing parts of that facility that do not meet code. So Play School activities within the foyer area of the curling rink, that is not a great place right now, and it doesn't meet code. And of course, it's a necessity for those operators because we have been so successful, or that community's been so successful in bringing in the medical services. But I guess from a high level discussion is that the right balance? Is that facility, originally meant for recreation? Is that council's current vision, or is it sort of moving in towards being more predominantly health services center? Or is that more of a private function that the county maybe can stimulate through other means rather than providing brick and mortar? So I think, that's sort of an example of that high level discussion that council may wish to entertain now or in the future. And then other communities need for senior housing as well. Facilities currently in the facilities that the county contributes to, or county ratepayers contribute to through the Seniors Housing Council in Town of Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, as well as the Hamlet of Leslieville. And of course, those facilities are also in varying spots within their lifespan. And this won't be the only facility that we need to consider over the next 10 years for future replacement. And then certainly, there may be things that administration has not identified that council needs more information on or wishes to have a more high-level discussion on. I think, for now, I'll turn it back over to the Reeve and you can take it from here.
Well, thank you for outlining some of the dynamics and some of the challenges with this issue. I kind of welcome comments from council, questions from council. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that the area that the Play School is using does not meet code. Is that just because they happen to be operating a foyer that meets code for being a foyer, but doesn't meet code for being a play school? I just want to confirm that the building itself in these areas are meeting code for the use that they are actually zoned for. And when they're changing their use, they're no longer zoned for that purpose.
That's correct. So, the foyer, for the curling rink, to my understanding, for the most part, meets code, and again, I'm not the subject matter expert there, but during our work with the facility as well as the authorities that are responsible for fire code, yes, for the most part, should it be used as the foyer sitting area for the curling rink viewing area, indoor curling area, it meets the code needs for that. It wasn't designed for Play School, and so it wouldn't meet that need. And I do want to, that was sort of an example. The Play School has a dedicated area. This was just maybe a relief area to be used in small increments. Maybe I think the successful use of that facility and continue to sort of plan for what's going to happen at the Southeast Rec Grounds as a whole in the future.
Awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that our Play School wasn't working all the time in an area that wasn't meeting code, because perhaps that would be a more pressing, immediate fixing requirement. Thank you.
So I'll go to Division 5 and then back to Division 2.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for that information. I don't want to slow down the people in Caroline that are actively building that community, but for me, I think this should be on the back burner at least until the village is part of the county. I honestly have some lingering doubts about the viability of that project. And I would like to see some work being done about a municipal development corporation as an option for this facility.
Okay, and I'll go to Division 2, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Historically, has the county ever invested on this level in a senior facility, or would this be the first? Obviously, we don't have the I want to say enterprise, that's not the right word though. But like historically, what have we done?
So currently our investment here today, as it stands, is for the study. You know, we have contributed to that, and to answer the question as it relates to that, I'm not aware of us directly funding that in this, of any other project similar to that in this manner. Typically all projects and all work would be done through the Seniors Housing Council in the past. And so, you know, when the most recent comparable additions or improvements to Westview Lodge, that was all handled, all the studying, all the work was handled through the Westview Lodge and the Seniors Housing Council. Really, I don't think it's clear at this point through the study exactly how much, if anything, we would necessarily be asked to contribute. There's some suggestions that grant funding would contribute to the majority, if not all, of the build potentially, and that operating user fees potentially would fund the operations. From my understanding of the study, that is based on some best cases, you know, when it comes to achieving grants, as well as sort of rolling directly right into full operations, you know, with pre-sales, you know, needing to be very strong, and then sales within the first year. So I don't think at this point it's really clear in my mind exactly what capital ask would be made of us. I think it's pretty clear that, well, from what I see, they, you know, the group would be expecting to get the land. That's not uncommon for really, I don't think necessarily seniors facilities or really any you know, schools, hospitals, those types of things. Often the municipality is asked to provide the land and servicing for a few reasons. So I don't think that would necessarily be uncommon. It looks like Manager Serhan has possibly some ability to add to that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, so Clearwater County was a funder through the Seniors Housing Foundation in Rocky for Westview Lodge as a partner with the town. Also, and I believe Director Martinson has a little more knowledge on this than I do, but once the authority is recognized by the province, they are able to requisition the ratepayers of Clearwater County as their own entity, and Clearwater County has no real control or say over what that amount is. So if the Seniors Authority requisitions $500,000 for operating, that just goes on Clearwater County's tax notices to our ratepayers, and it's based on equalized assessment that is produced through the province. So once the authority is recognized by the province, and that's the piece that I'm not exactly sure what the process is for that, then they have the ability to requisition property owners within the municipalities in which they serve.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, mine's a little offbeat from this. It's about the senior housing, and it's my opinion only. The residents of the Clearwater County need options. We have the Westview Lodge, which is a great facility. There's 4 other ones that are getting near their end of life. They're 40 years out or better, some of the facilities that we use. We need options for our residents that isn't for a profit. We need that in this county. Our population now is growing older, and a need for less costly options in their own county is needed for the residents of Clearwater County, not just the southeast area, if that's where it's built. It would be for the whole county. And the way I kind of understand it is that they just need somebody to stand up and say that, yeah, we'll take ownership of it and supply management to get the facility going. I think there's a great need for it because 4 of our existing ones are at life end and we need to replace them. And this gives some lower cost options for our residents than having to go into a profit one that is being built in lots of the communities now. That's just my opinion.
Thank you for that. And we'll go to Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The way that I understood it when Sam and Reg came to see us was the takeout financing being of $4 million, which would be the responsibility of whoever takes ownership of this project, potentially to be refunded through grants, but that is not a guarantee. $4 million through life lease, and that would be dependent on how much was to be sold, and $8 million for grants, of which none are guaranteed. In fact, he said he's never had any project receive all of the grants that they have requested when I asked it of him, and therefore any of the money that was not received by grants would then also fall on whoever owns the project. So we have the potential of a $16 million build if we don't receive any of the grant funding or any life lease. That would be obviously in a worst case scenario. Obviously, hopefully some grants would come through, some life leases would come through. However, the $4 million takeout financing, I don't see anywhere where that would actually come back as a grant when they're already asking for $8 million worth of grants. That's just how I'm reading it. Is that inaccurate?
No, I think that's a good summary. You know, I think there's a potential for that 4 million within the model to come back as user fees, potentially through best case operations. But there's certainly, and that's why I think it's being reflected in the funding model as borrowing or financing. But I think ultimately, if council chose a municipal corporation as the model, then you know the county would be on the hook if none or all, as you pointed out, that funding came through. Potentially different under a private sector model. That would certainly all have to be negotiated, you know, within that potential process. But yes, I think you're absolutely correct as what a scenario could look like, you know, under certain environmental factors.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, I agree in options, 100%. I don't know that not having another SL4 facility would not be giving options, because we really need another SL4 option in this community, in my opinion. This isn't an SL4 option. So we'd still be shipping large numbers out to the consorts, the coronations, the 3 Cs as they're called in even hospice and long-term care facilities, because those are the places that unfortunately have space available. I would love to see something like this in our community, but I would like to see it at an SL4 level, and that is not what this is offering. It's not scheduled to be, and unfortunately, it's not even capable of providing SL4. I'd also love us to look into the capabilities of the village's infrastructure. Have we looked at all at the capabilities of the infrastructure and if they can actually support a building of this magnitude?
Mr. Hanson, please.
The only, from some of the feedback that we've got through other development has been our evaluation of the existing infrastructure. We know that it requires upgrades to some extent. To the exact extent, we don't know until there's actually been, really getting our hands right into that business. Just through other developments that we've tried to propose, there has been some infrastructure deficits that have been identified. So I'm sure that would be consistent with this build as well. To what that extent is, we don't know yet.
Councillor Swanson, thank you for being patient.
No worries. Just in the last 10 days, my knowledge my learnings has been a fire hose in regards, by attending the ASHA Provincial Board meeting on the 16th, and then of course last week at the Alberta Munis Conference and the discussion there, and I kind of briefed about it in my report to you all. I guess for me, this puts a bit of perspective or a hard pause on what's happening in Caroline, because I have more questions now than I have answers. And, you know, what really struck me over the last 10 days is provincially, we have very few options, not just rurally, but throughout everywhere. So this isn't just a problem unique to Caroline. This is happening all over. We need that variety, but we need to define what the variety is. Is it variety of use, variety of client type? Is this for low income seniors, or is this for seniors that can afford a 2-bedroom unit, etc.? I've had discussions with multiple municipalities. One in particular was in Olds. Talked to the Housing Board Management member there last week, and she said all of the life leases that they had, or most of them that they had, were returned. The people still stayed there, but because of the rising interest rates, we're better off to invest that life lease and rent. So that was it's an investment position, but that's what was happening. So the facility had to take out a line of credit, pay back that life lease to that, and then the housing board body had to take on the ownership of that, not only with high interest rates, but for themselves. But I mean, it benefited the customer or the client, which is fine. So understanding how life lease is and how majority of that plan for Caroline was, you know, a quarter being life lease, I don't know if that's going to be working in the future, especially if interest rates stay high. The other interesting story last week that I learned was Canmore has a brand new 60-unit facility. Who does not love to live in Canmore? They've commissioned it and they can't get staff. They can get people to move there, but they can't get staff. They've even tried soliciting the hospital people and they cannot get staff. So that's my biggest concern. If Canmore can't stay open or can't even open and they got a brand new facility, my biggest issue is staffing model. I agree with Councillor Malhoff and SL4. I would strongly encourage, I think we even need to go on a modular type unit versus a whole building. As far as the housing corporation, I believe it can, and this is my opinion only, it could cover the broad spectrum from homelessness right through to seniors, and we can assist with Nordegg, Leslieville, Condor, even Rocky Mountain House, whatever, and have that as a housing municipal corporation across that gamut. Unfortunately, under the seniors ministry, they also have to, the Ministry of Health is also involved with that, and the Ministry of Infrastructure. So you have 3 ministries right now that need to communicate, not be in silo, and that's part of the issue too, if we decide, you know, where this project leads. And again, with the possibility of a new provincial government coming in next spring, we don't know where this priority will land in the budget come next year. So there's a lot of questions I have, more so than answers. So for me, this is a heavy pause. I know Caroline is going to be disappointed, you know, and I understand the work that they've gone through. I think it's great footwork, great foundation data that we need to start this conversation, but I think we need to tread carefully. So just filling in the gaps a little bit about where things have, like I say, the last 10 days for me have been going forward, and not saying that it's not needed, but we need to really decide where that balance is.
Thank you for updating us there. I can share some of that, that drinking from a fire hose moment. Definitely, the province has made some commitments to fund more housing, whether it's affordable housing or seniors housing. And I know this project is highly dependent on a very strong grant component within its funding model. So that is an uncertain time. We're going into who's going to be the new premier, who's going to be the new premier just after that, because we go into a provincial election, and the fortunes of Alberta are so linked to the oil and gas industry. We have a number of dynamics changing there. Right now, we have a surplus in our budget, but who knows where it'll be. Those I think the premier, when we were at the Alberta Munis, said that just that morning, the oil price had dropped a number of dollars, and he equated that to a huge drop in the overall surplus as well. So I think there's going to be a review time as we move into provincial funding and grant funding as we go forward. There might be some help even from the federal people, but that relies on there being a good relationship there as well. So a lot of dynamics, and I know this project, I'm enthusiastic about what it could do for the community. I can share that enthusiasm, having that information presented to us, what it could do. We also have to temper that with, you have to have an owner in this, and you have ongoing operational costs, as well as really just fitting in with a regional concept for seniors housing and trying to find solutions to those problems that we get faced with. I'm going to go to Councillor Graham first, and then back to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Very well put, Councillor Swanson. You brought up some really interesting points there. For me, definitely the amalgamation plays into this bag. I think that's a huge factor we need to obviously all consider. I would be in favor, though, of administration looking into us forming a municipal corporation just to see what it would mean and what it would look like. It doesn't necessarily mean I want to go that route, but I don't think it would hurt. I think it's important to be informed and educated, so I would be in favor of administration looking into that personally.
And Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Some things that on the healthcare side that our local team, as well as Spark, which is Sundry's healthcare attraction team, are working on is actually healthcare aids in general. So right now, Red Deer Poly is doing a healthcare aid courses where they're actually train on the ground. I don't have the stuff in front of me, I apologize. Train on the ground courses where you go in a facility has to be on the list to do this on the ground training, and then you also do every few weeks you go and you do in-person training. And then the province right now has a $9,000 bursary for that course, and it's a $10,000 course, so then those courses end up costing the individual $1,000. If we were to do this project, I would love to see this particular facility become a training facility. It can be a catchment area for HCAs from Rocky Mountain House, Caroline now, and Sundry. And we can partner with Red Deer Poly and actually turn this facility into a training facility if we go forward with this project. We have a high school literally, 2 blocks away, if this is location that it is built on, because that also has not been fully determined. So I definitely see some opportunities for a facility like this, and I think that would be the only way we would honestly be able to staff this facility is if we became a training facility, because they said they're 73% short HCAs across the province. 73. That's a huge number. Just Rocky alone for RNs is 52% short. So in order to do this, we have to think about the staffing model. How are we actually going to get people to staff this, especially with the village not having great housing options, just like the county doesn't have great housing is a problem across the board. I really like Councillor Swanson's idea of if we do build a muni corp, it's a houseman catchment entirely. Staffing issues in Nordeg, low income housing across the county in general. It can help us with our hamlets and the area structure plans that the Reeve is often mentioning. I think that if we were to go forward with this, there's several things that have to come into place. But one of those, for me, is determining if the infrastructure can actually handle this, because this takes it from a potentially 16 to $17 million liability for the county to potentially significantly higher if with an infrastructure deficit. So I think we need a lot more information in order to go forward with this. I will continue to work with Spark on potentially, because we're already working on setting up a training program in with the high school. That's something we're already working on for HCAs in the Caroline area, because it's a good central region for the eastern slopes. And I will continue to work on that. And I will propose this as well and see what their thoughts are, and if we can be looking for, if we do go forward with this, we can lobby for funding from several different directions, so that it's not all reliant on the county. Just my thoughts. Sorry for my ramble. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you very much. No, just a little bit, the survey that was completed on this project did show a lot of community support, and this really is mostly beneficial for the Clearwater residents of Clearwater County. I know we've talked, there's been discussion of different service levels and stuff like that, and a lot of that information really was captured in that survey that was completed by the residents. I know that it's probably a discussion for another time in another place, but I know that staff, like anywhere you go, it's shortage of employees, but I think I've mentioned this before, but our bigger governments, the province and the federal governments, they've created many positions in society that are just really unnecessary roles and creates higher tax rates for a lot of residents. So I just had to get that in there, but there's great support for the seniors housing facility in Caroline, but I think it really does hinge on the direction of the amalgamation and the outcome of that, so that's my comment.
Okay, so administration here is looking for some direction as to next steps relating to the Caroline project here. I'm trying to build that consensus within council. I do hear basically gathering more information about perhaps a municipal corporation status. I'm hearing that. What other key components do we want in there? Deputy Reeve Northcott?
Oh, thank you, Reeve. I was just prepared to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Council directs administration to bring back more information on the process to form a municipal corporation and the opportunities and risks in doing so.
Okay, Mr. Hanson, that's the ghost. Okay. Any further discussion relating to that motion? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Information is power, and if we need to know what we're getting into either way, whether we end up stamping this project and going full bore on it, or if we end up backing out of it, we need the information to determine what's best for the county, and that's what we're doing, is an information seeking opportunity. So I would be supporting this.
Thank you. I would have one question of staff. We don't have any restricted surplus at this moment that would be directed to a project of this kind. We really haven't been to the point of being at a decision-making point for something like this. I just want to make sure that I'm not speaking. Ms. Sirhan?
There's currently no restricted surplus
Okay, thank you for that.
identified for this project.
Thank you for that. So we'd be starting from square one on this type of corporation or project. So, all right, I'm ready to call the question unless there's additional comments. Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, Reeve, I have a question. Would it not be appropriate that we'd be starting at square one, considering even though we're putting out the front end of this, it potentially has the opportunity to receive it back, similar to Nordegg paying for Nordegg. The hope would be that this project would pay for this project. We would be the funder for it on the onset, but it would hopefully either come back in grants or come back in operational fees or revenues, potentially. So would we need a restricted surplus, or would we be if we're not in the good position that we're in, it would be potentially a debenture, would it not? Or am I am I not understanding how a Muni Corp would end up being funded, should it, or should we wait till you bring back Muni Corp information to ask that question?
So I saw a number of people trying to jump in, but we'll go to Mr. Hagan first.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. Essentially, there'd be a few different options for financing this. Either council setting aside money, either at the council, at the county level, or through a municipal corporation for the future expenditure, or looking at tax revenue to fund this, or borrowing through debenture. So there would be different options there, all of them with pros and cons.
Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What you're saying that potentially tax being what's covering this, would we then be looking at a catchment area to determine what that looks like? Or would we be similar to what Rocky Seniors Housing is, and we can now put on, I'm sorry, I cannot remember the name, but they add to our tax roll.
Levy.
Requisition, there we go.
Requisition.
Onto that, once we're a recognized entity, can we then utilize that as well?
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you. Again, it would depend on how the municipal corporation might be formed and what the limitations are there. It would be slightly different than a third-party organization, as is the Housing Council today, because the municipal corporation would obviously be controlled by the municipality, so it would be absolutely a related entity. That'd be part of our research to determine those implications. But as far as tax revenue goes, one way or another, if that was how it was going to be funded, either through a requisition or through property taxes directly, it would apply to all properties in the county overall.
Thank you.
Okay, can maybe a bit of time's passed. Can we read back the motion that we had to make sure it captures, or sorry to put you on the spot, but.
The council directs administration to provide information regarding the formation of a municipal corporation for a seniors housing project.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I shall call that question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious what this council's thoughts are on having our administration look further into the infrastructure capabilities of the Village of Caroline, or if that is going to be covered throughout our processes with discussions with the village, or if we should be also making a secondary motion to have more information brought back on infrastructure.
And Mr. Emmons, I think, has some light to share on that.
Thank you, Reeve Lawhead. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilman. I do believe there will be great overlap in our processes. Part of the amalgamation study will bring in the infrastructure deficit of Caroline and ours, so that there is a financial analysis done through that process. So both municipalities go into this educated. So it will identify the capacity, existing capabilities and deficit and what's required.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
What would the timeline be on something like that? Because amalgamations, I've heard, can take several years. Would that include this infrastructure piece, or we may need that information on infrastructure sooner than a couple of years? So I just am curious if we should be trying to speed up that process so we can link it to this.
Absolutely. No, again, thank you, Councillor. It's difficult to answer for anyone because a lot of it also depends on community, and it also depends on both councils and how much engagement it takes to satisfy our elected representatives and the community itself. The engagement process is fairly time-consuming. The amalgamation process between Clearwater and Caroline is estimated between 12 and 14 months. If it remains fairly simplistic. As we get through it, if there's negotiating points that become contentious, that can add to the timeframe. So we've always kind of landed on that 18-month. My expectation is that is completion. During that process, you will have the studies to review. So at what time in that process, they will hit that level of infrastructure and that particular infrastructure, administration has some control over that, but truly that will be in the consultant's hands as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I might just comment too, that as our provincial government goes through a period of review and restructuring over the next months, I think that will be a great time for those two L words, leverage and lobbying, to be able to really kind of bring forward what's important to our community. I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then to Councillor Cermak. Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Reeve. There's no mention of time frame in the motion. Have we given you the information you need to proceed?
Yeah, you know, I think what we heard council say is they want more information about municipal corporations and those processes. So I think, you know, we certainly have the ability to look into that. I can't necessarily suggest exactly when I'll be able to organize that information session at this time or in exactly what format it'll come to you. You know, I think we'll still have some discussions with the leadership team about whether that's most appropriate at a strategic planning. Maybe it's most appropriate open council. Maybe there's another more appropriate avenue. So at this point, I won't make those commitments until we've talked about it a little more, but we do have some budget that was set aside for Caroline Seniors Housing. So it is possible that maybe we can get going on that this year. Likely the final result will be delivered to you, you know, first quarter of next fiscal year or calendar year, you know, or possibly the second quarter. But I do believe, to answer the question, we do have direction and we do have resources to get this going. If we need more, we will ask at budget time, and I think we can move forward with the motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for presenting and answering all our questions. I hope you have the direction you need. That takes us into item number 8. Public Works and the. Oh, sorry. Did we not have a motion? Oh, we didn't vote. Oh, my apologies. I thought we did. I thought we did vote. Yeah, we did. We can vote again. I think it was carried, but it was yes. Oh. Once in a while, I do pay attention. So that brings us to item 8.1, that's request for paving for the Condor Community Center parking lot. And although I would love to share my perspectives on that, I do sit as a director on that board and have a lifetime, the first word that comes is sentence, but lifetime membership to that organization. I shall recuse myself for reasons of not wanting to present conflict or bias in the decision. So I shall turn it over to Deputy Reeve Northcott to handle this item. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Hello everybody, and I guess I'll just hand the floor over to Director Magnus to give the presentation.
Thank you. So good morning, Deputy Reeve Northcott, Council. Administration recently received a letter from the Condor Community Center whereby the Condor Community Center has asked that Clearwater County paves the parking lot to the Condor Community Hall. Hence, to assist Council in their decision-making, administration conducted a preliminary investigation of the site to determine what work would need to be done to the parking lot in preparation for paving. Upon completion of the investigation and allowing for all the work, including paving, to be completed, the estimated cost to complete this task is $128,000. Given the aforementioned, and for council's consideration, staff's recommendation is that council directs administration to include $128,000 in the draft 2023 infrastructure capital budget towards upgrades to and paving of the Condor community parking lot, or directs administration to include $128,000 into the current 2022 Condor curb and gutter capital project, which is currently ongoing, towards upgrades to and paving of the Condor Community Hall parking lot, to which this portion of the project would be funded through contingency. I have with me today Mr. Hansen and Mrs. Reglan to assist council with any questions that may arise, along with myself, and as such, I will now turn it over to council for further discussion.
And Councillor Malhalf.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Do we provide this for any of our other community halls?
Currently, what we have in place, as per policy, any type of assistance thus far is, again, as per policy, is we do provide, at the request of community centers, up to 60 cubic yards of gravel. So that is as per request. Currently, to the best of our knowledge, there are no other community halls that are paved, or in my time, unless Mr. Emmons, during his time here, where a request has come forward in regards to assisting them with their parking lot, whether that be grading or any other additional work such as paving.
Thank you.
There's lots of red lights here. Councillor, yeah. Yeah, okay, Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
I'm just reflecting back on the hub paving project. That was done 3 years ago, I believe, 4 years ago. But that was a paving project in conjunction with the school, correct, in that particular spot. So I take that more as still a bit of a community project in and of itself, and with everything that's going on. So I guess my question is, what's the advantages of putting in budget in 2022 versus 2023?
The advantage associated with this, and again, I will give my input, and of course, if Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hansen or Mrs. Reglan have anything to add to it. Currently, 2022, we do have, as I just mentioned earlier, a project ongoing in Condor right now, where we're moving forward with our curb and gutter, which will also involve paving, and the paving is set for next year. So in moving forward with this project in 2022 is by putting in the curb and gutter that involves a lot of grade work, and it would be not a difficult endeavor to include the parking lot now, as that work is being done. So that could, I think and believe, it could easily be incorporated into this project. I would see as more of an advantage for 2022 because the equipment is there now. So rather than mobilizing additional equipment next year and have this grading done when everything is there, to do it now. So there's definitely advantages to having it done this year. What council would need to consider, of course, is there would be an additional cost associated to this project. We would be coming back to council for additional funding to account for this particular task. Also, to give council a heads up, there is some additional work that needed to be done that was beyond the estimates of the budget we did implement for 2022. So regardless, we would be coming back to council here in the near future to ask for additional funding to complete this project. And that may include, if it be council's wish, to account for this particular task as well.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus. I think I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Northcott. I think it's important to also share with council for consideration. I truly appreciate the policy questions, looking for that consistency. I believe the anomaly here is that the road design in itself has created this. Given the new grade line, it has created these parking lot issues. This really should have been engineered and designed as part of the road, facilitating the drastic drop in parking lot. Cutting down the road by a half a meter to 700 mils has created this parking lot issue. So truly, it should have been in part of the road design itself to facilitate. And I believe that's why it's important for council to consider this outside of comparing it to another community hall in Clearwater County. Thank you.
And if I may,
Absolutely.
Deputy Reeve Northcott, this particular parking lot, in the time I've been here, along with Mr. Emmons, Mr. Hanson, and Mrs. Reglan, is that this parking lot has had drainage issues even prior to the construction that's currently going on right now. And we've recognized that and sympathize with this letter in that it definitely is something that needs to be addressed, and this would be an appropriate time, definitely.
Thank you very much for the information, and I think we'll move over to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. The only word I can use to describe that parking lot now is that it's nasty. So something definitely needs to be done. And thank you, Chief Emmons, for explaining why this is important now, because I was wondering why it wasn't in the community services budget instead. But you've made that clear. Does the county own this land, or does the community own the land this hall sits on?
The community owns it.
Okay.
Ready?
I'll let you go on. I'll come back.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, and thank you for raising that question, Councillor Ratcliffe. It segues beautifully into the comment I was going to make. As this property is not owned by the county, should council consider funding this paving, it'd probably be more appropriate to make a budget adjustment to operating, similar to what we've done on other non-owned properties where we've incurred costs. So essentially, we won't own that asset if council decides to fund this paving project. So by the same token, it'd be more appropriate that we expense it in the year that we do it, as opposed to capitalizing it and amortizing it over a useful life, since it's not ours. So that'd be my suggestion if you're going to consider funding this, that the respective motion reflect an adjustment to operating budget rather than capital.
Thanks, Mr. Hagan, and we'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I know this one's an anomaly, but this question was already in my head, so I have to ask it now. Many of the community halls have dust suppression that I drive by. Is that done by the county, or is that done by the halls?
I'm not certain on that one there, unless Mr. Emmons can contribute to this, but in my time here, I can't really recollect if, in recent history, if we've gone out and done the dust suppression on those halls. I would have to touch base with my team in regards to the history of these halls and our contribution on that.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Malhaff.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. It's great. Most of my questions everybody else was asking. Look at that. Great teamwork. But one of my other ones was for Ms. Serhan. This is listed as coming from contingency. Between the last council meeting's contingency allotment and then this one, does not put us over our contingency amount? You sent us out a contingency update
Yeah, I'm just looking for that email right at the moment, but it does not put us over. There is sufficient dollar amount within contingency to have this budget adjustment. I just don't know what the total amount is. It's around 500,000, I believe. I'll look for
423, I have
Oh,
the
okay.
email up, but
Yeah,
I wasn't
so-
sure if that was minusing last agenda, like last council meeting's allotment or not. I wasn't sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. In addition to that, an upcoming item in this agenda today will be recommending a transfer back into contingency. So that will serve to replenish that fund
So
this
it
year.
will be at a deficit if we were to do it with this,
Not
without that.
Not necessarily, but there will be more money coming into contingency. So I'm comfortable that there will be ample
Okay,
funds
thank you.
there.
Excellent. We'll go to Councillor Cermak.
I'm just, I looked at the letter that we had in our, from the Condor Community Center. If we don't own the parking lot and the contractor that's doing this work in Condor has made a mess of the parking lot, why are we repairing it?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. And not to tread on public works here, but the community does own the hall and the parking lot. It was at a paved status prior, Councillor Cermak. During the operations of our contract, construction has negatively impacted that asphalt. And primarily, the new road grade has negatively impacted the ability to utilize that parking lot effectively. So as Director Magnus pointed out, this hall has historically had drainage issues. So not only is this an appropriate time, an opportune time to landscape in that parking lot and deal with those drainage issues, but to replace it back to the status it was prior to construction. I truly believe this falls on Clearwater County.
Okay, so we allowed the contractor to go in there and do that, or he took it on his own? To use this as a bypass or unloading equipment and tearing up their parking lot?
Truly, during the course of construction, it was utilized. We have a contract project manager out there, so it was being supervised. I will also add that over the many decades, the community as a whole, for the play school, for the school, for meeting places, has always used this paved parking lot to get off the main road, because there's limited opportunities otherwise. So it truly does operate a community function anyway that has been used over the decades, Councillor Cermak.
So it's gonna benefit the whole area and traffic flow and safety and everything if we pave this and get it draining properly and everything. We can do this all for 128,000?
That is the engineer's estimate before. And like I say, I truly believe that it should have been incorporated into the road design anyway. Dropping that road grade where it is today, it will require some off-road allowance work for many individuals out there, not just the community centers.
Well, seeing that we're in the hook for it, I think we need to go ahead with it. I would vote in favor of spending 128,000. Thank you.
And I'll go to Mr. Magnus.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Northcott. So further to Councillor Graham's earlier question in regards to paving any other parking lots or putting down dust suppression. So kudos to the team here as they're watching and they're providing me the information via text. So we don't necessarily lay down dust suppression in the parking lots themselves, but we do put it in front of the community halls, and that is paid for by the county 100%.
Excellent. And does Mr. Hanson, do you have any comments, or
Yeah, I really want to build off the content of the letter. We were consulted actually, for, for the community to provide that letter, which they did a great job of. But really, the damage that was identified by contractors was historic, not from this contractor specifically. Really, that parking lot has been used as a public space. Public Works is utilized as a laydown area for historic projects. So it wasn't designed specifically for this contractor that did damage to it, and therefore we're coming back for having it paved. It really has been a historic public area. There's very limited public parking in Condor. This has been a huge collection point for, out of convenience for the play school, the community center, as well as any maintenance or construction operations that happen in Condor. So really, it's, through the revised road design, there's a huge opportunity for us to improve the grade of that lot, get the water away from that building. I think there isn't a better time to take on a project like this to, as Mr. Emmons said, likely through detailed design should have actually included this as actually part of the project, because we are going to need, and it's not uncommon for us to extend back onto private property to properly tie in, to manage our water on a lot of our projects, whether it be a road construction project or a curb and gutter project. It's not unheard of, but this is, it's a really good opportunity to fix a long outstanding problem there.
Thank you very much for the comments, and Councillor Melhaff.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Cermak brought up what I consider to be a very good point. Do we have things like contractor bonds, construction bonds? So when issues with our infrastructure happen during the course of construction that were not anticipated, it can go back onto the contractor rather than being the responsibility of the municipality, even though this is considered historical damage, not just damage from this particular project, but had this been this project's damage, do we have any of those in place for if that was to be the case?
Mr. Hanson.
So every project's different. Yes, we do have when we're doing our contractual agreements there's always a holdback that we actually 10% of the progress payment amount is actually held back for incidentals such as what you've identified. If there was if there was a contractual fallout, for example, or if there was something that that could be determined as contractor responsibility, we always have, I say that 10% holdback of any contract amount that could be applied to something like that, as well as performance bonds, et cetera. Those are contractual requirements, bid bonds, example. So we do well to protect ourselves there in the event for these types of contracts, in the event that something were to go sideways with the contract.
Perfect. Thank you. Quick follow-up.
Absolutely, yeah.
I again agree with Councillor Cermak that with this being a pillar in the community, that it's important that we look at doing a project such as this. It's unfortunate that it was not included in the original engineering and the original project scope. I also would love us to look at any time we are paving anywhere around any of our community centers, that we look at including them in the future. If we're doing a paving project next to Frisco, I know that that's not on potentially one of our highways, but just as an example, that we look at including any of our community halls in those projects going forward. I think we have a responsibility to Clearwater County's fairness to our community halls, and if we are doing a project close to them, I think it'd be important that we include them in going forward. Thank you.
And Mr. Hanson? Oh, nope. Okay, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I agree with Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Cermak, and I'm ready to make the motion that Council approves $128,000 to be included within the 2023 Public Works operating budget, that's right, yes, towards upgrades to and paving of the Condor Community Hall parking lot. I went to Condor growing up, and buses are always parking there. These guys are exactly right. It's used by the entire community, and it's such a hard, as all the halls, community people that do all the work and everything for the community halls, it's such a hardworking association's not the right word. I'm just struggling with words today. A hardworking group. Well, let's go that way. And I think this would be really beneficial to a community that we want to grow. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham and Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. When I first looked at this item, I had some doubts, mostly around the fairness that other communities' halls, if they wanted to pave, they would be expected to put in some matching funds. They would be expected to show the activity level at the hall, their funding, to demonstrate their viability, and require letters of support as well. However, given the circumstances and the opportunity to do this, probably a lower cost than any time in the future, I support moving ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. And Councillor Malhab again.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I'm curious if anybody other than obviously the Reeve has had an opportunity to go through Condor lately, and obviously our staff. It's a mess. It's a really big mess. I would really love an idea of how long they're gonna be in this type of, and if we are anticipating a lot of other requests coming forward for regrading and paving, considering some places are down 4 or 5 feet, it appears. And therefore their driveways, et cetera, are now at a significantly different angle than they started. So I'm really curious if we're anticipating this to be a continued thing for the rest of the project.
And Mr. Magnus.
So we're anticipating the sort of paving to be completed this year, and then the paving would come into effect next year.
Are you anticipating any other people wanting to come forward for regrading, et cetera, considering the massive change in grading of their driveways, et cetera?
As of right now, we will be coming back to council for additional funding associated with the project, and this is associated with the amount of material that needs to be moved. It was underestimated in regards to that line item, which will take us over budget on the project itself. So we're coming forward in the near future to put forward to council a request for additional funding associated with that. To say, right now we're going door to door, engineering firms going door to door to bring each resident up to speed in regards to the what the hamlet will look like once it's all done, also to address their driveway issues and what needs to be done to each of their driveways to adequately tie it into the current grade. And as such, knowing that, I'm not going to say one way or the other as to any additional funding that may be required to tie these in. So I can't say one way or the other. We're hoping for the best, planning for the worst.
Thank you.
Excellent information, Mr. Magnus. Thank you very much. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. While we're on this topic, because I know I've heard a lot about it. It's not my division, but it's near it. It's been really disappointing hearing about what's happening there. I know it's not the county doing it, it's a contractor doing it, but it's great that they're going door to door and talking to people. But I know one of my coworkers who's been involved in road construction for 40 years, he asked them to do something about it a couple weeks ago, and he's still struggling to get into his yard every day. So it would be nice, not towards you guys, towards the contractor, it would be nice if they would act on these things and not just talk to people.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you for the sentiment, Councillor Graham, but I believe I need to be fair and clarify. This is the road design, and the contractor's truly living up to the contract. They are building it to the design presented to them. Public Works is working with the project engineers on the design. Public Works has required our contract engineers to go door to door, address these concerns, and challenge the engineers to come back to administration with some proposed mitigation. Whether that's on private property or if that can be dealt with partially through the road design itself. But this is the design. I will say from my personal opinion, this is a design flaw. But the contractor is building it to the design.
Excellent. Thank you again for the comments, Mr. Emmons and Ms. Councillor Swanson.
Just for clarification, Councillor Graham's motion was for the 2023 operating budget? That this was coming off? I thought that's what I had heard.
Yeah, I just read the recommendation, yeah. Did we
A
want
friendly amendment?
My bad.
I would like to move it into 2022. While they're mowed already, whatever they can do in 2022, I would be more comfortable with if they're there, so.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Councillor Cermak.
Deputy Reeve Northcott. I need an explanation for why there's big elevation change on the road design. Why do we have to move so much dirt? If it was working before, why the design change?
Great question. And Mr. Emmons.
I can only assume. I wasn't here through this process, but knowing Condor and its history, I would suggest that curb and gutter was an effort to expedite and facilitate drainage. Condor is historically and notably noted for having extremely poor drainage. I will tell you that over the decades working in that community, one dirt ball, one snow lump, changed the entire flow of the water. It is extremely challenging for flat. So the curb and gutter design and the drop in elevation, I would propose would be to facilitate the surface runoff more effectively while the underground utilities were required to be replaced anyway. Saying that, Public Works did look at and challenge our engineers on why not go to a storm drain. The collection system would not handle that amount of flow. So it would create icing problems, because that could have addressed if the underground infrastructure could have facilitated, but it could not. So it had to go to a surface.
Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Yeah.
why such an extreme, like 750 mils is a lot? Couldn't have it been designed for half of that? Because even half of that would give you flow to the road to dissipate the drainage.
Again, Councillor Cermak, great questions. Knowing Condor, it would facilitate the flow, because you're right, any drop would facilitate flow on the road. Trying to expedite and accommodate some of the low properties in Condor as well that historically had flooding issues and drainage issues. So that drop actually facilitated private citizens along with the road. So that's why the drastic drop was required.
So, and then I heard a comment saying that we didn't anticipate moving this much tonnage of dirt. I mean, if you knew it was going to be 750 mils down, you knew the area, it's a simple calculation to see how much dirt's got to move.
Absolutely correct. I believe the comment was they actually missed. So it was my understanding, it was a section that was missed for quantity.
Does that answer your question,
Sure.
Mr. Cermak?
Thanks.
And Ms. Serhan.
Just want to make clarification for the motion that it was 128,000 coming from contingency into the 2022 operating budget.
I didn't say that. Should I re-say that?
Do you want to repeat your motion, Councillor Graham?
I just read it right from here. I didn't say contingency though. Do I need to? Okay, can I amend my motion, please?
Okay.
Absolutely, Tracy.
That council approves the transfer of $128,000 from contingency to 2022 Public Works Infrastructure Operating Budget towards upgrades to and paving of the Condor Community Hall parking lot.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ratcliffe, did you have your light on earlier? Okay. I have two questions. One was, if this was not approved, what would remedy the elevation difference in the parking lots? But if this wasn't approved, what would resolve the problem?
It wouldn't.
Okay. And I guess my second question was, if currently they're going the same existing problem just with community hall, is this the problem with all the private residents? And if we're waiting for that information, should we capture all that in one, or should we wait for that information to come back? And when would this decision need to be made for efficiencies?
Truly, this is Public Works Deputy Reeve, but I'd respectfully request that dealing with the 128 now, this project is a year, I will say, till completion. They won't be able to achieve pavement this year. I will tell you that I expect some outstanding items coming into spring after we go through a winter that would have to be addressed and then line up the paving. So as our engineers have been challenged with finding some solutions out there, if this could be addressed, that would allow Public Works to start getting those marching orders out to the engineers, therefore the contractors to start at least planning for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so really there's been information that's been, I guess, provided, or I guess we've evaluated the area since the request came in. And, you know, this was specifically for a request for paving. You know, I guess it just ties well into what, you know, having this item in front of council, the paving, yes, is gonna be in 2023. But really, in order for us to, if we're going to include that lot grading, you know, to deal with this drainage issue, that needs to be done this year, which would of course eliminate the current asphalt surface there. And if we didn't have, you know, council's blessing there to put asphalt back, we'd be in a very poor situation there come next year. So really, the idea would be that a portion of the work would be done in 2022. So I would recommend that the funding be approved in 2022, and then whatever wasn't utilized in 2022 would be carried forward in 2023 to finish off the actual paving itself. So just to, we wouldn't want to have any, like, to have just that funding strategy not available in 2022, because that's the commitment for 2023. So I recommend that it be in 2022, and then we just carry forward the balance.
Absolutely. Again, thanks for the comments. And Councillor Malhav.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Since we've opened the can of the worms on this project in general, we have a dig once policy. Or at least we're using it for Nordegg. Are we doing the same thing with Condor being a growth hamlet, where we're putting in other infrastructure to be utilized in the future, so we don't have to, like, we're digging a lot. This isn't just a paving project now. Are we looking towards what that growth hamlet will look like, i.e. it's what, phase 3 for a broadband project? Are we including that type of infrastructure, water, the sewer, all of, like, well, we've got the street dug up, are we including all of it?
Mr. Hanson.
I'll address it to a certain degree now, over to Mr. Hanson here. We have dealt with the sanitary system. That's been done over the last few years. So that infrastructure has been taken care of. Now, along with curb and gutter, repaving, anything above and beyond that, I will turn that over to Mr. Hanson in regards to further infrastructure needs in regards to that community, if he's able to contribute anything beyond the current capital projects that have been done in that community.
Excellent, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I guess the short answer is that this project includes the upgrade of the sanitary system. There is no future planning for a water distribution system for Condor. That's never been part of the design or plan, I guess, for Condor. As for broadband, that would fall more appropriately under a shallow utilities contract, which is outside of what, a deep utility contract and a grading contract would do. From as far as I know, there has been no discussions with our folks with corporate services there about, say that opportunity would have to come after the fact, after the grading and the sanitary work done anyway, through a shallow utility plan. So far as I am aware that this is just for the sanitary and then the curb and gutter road infrastructure. I really wanted to speak to Councillor Cermak's concerns about the grade, and it's not lost what Mr. Emmons said about the poor drainage in Condor, and for the conveyance of water to use, the idea now is actually to use the curb and gutter road infrastructure as the conveyance of water to, and that's why you're seeing between 1/2 to 3/4 of a meter grade elevation to actually try to collect all this water ponding area. But it's not lost to say that, the effects of doing that to the road and how it's going to affect those adjacent landowners is a huge concern for the CAO, Public Works, et cetera, and the community. And we are not gonna leave that project stranded. We are actively looking at solutions, and there may be some drastic design changes there in order to actually accommodate that. So, it's really, really concerned about the design and how that's getting put into effect. But I guess we can only assure council that this is being actively looked into, and then there will be some further discussions about design as well as what opportunities or ways we can mitigate this design.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. And Mr. Magnus?
Nope, I had nothing.
Okay. Councillor Malhouse.
Sorry, me again, thank you. Mr. Hagan, with our Dig Once policy, would it be appropriate for us to have a conversation then about, if we're also regrading driveways, et cetera, perhaps we should have a conversation about that piece of it, or is that completely off base for this project?
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. The nature of the broadband project will not require the conduit to be where the road itself is. It would be off to the sides of the road in the right-of-ways. We will confer with Public Works as they progress on this project though, and we'll look for opportunities where we might be looking to place conduit anyways under phase 3, and we will coordinate with them on that. But it'll be beside the road, not directly in the path of the road.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Mr. Hanson, you said that there's going to be some design changes. And so that therefore will bring some more change we need to put into this project probably.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so there's no doubt in my mind that we actually need to revisit the design in some places, and it hasn't been determined what the effects of those design changes will be. So I guess stay tuned for that to see if there is a request that comes. I know Councillor or Mr. Magnus there referred to that the quantities haven't seemed to be, that were underestimated, so there'll be a request coming out in the future. And with that request, I assume if there was going to be a design change and there was additional costs associated with it, that request would come at the same time. Like I say, we are actively engaging our engineers to evaluate these cross sections at these approaches there to see, we need to set a tolerance to say, knowing that we can drop a road and to improve the drainage, but we need to be able to set within a tolerance. So there's some places where we probably can continue with the existing design, but there's possibility that we might have to change that design.
Okay, so can I continue?
Absolutely, Councillor.
So this design that we have right now is $4.5 million, I think we put aside in the budget.
4.4, I believe, is what I say, yeah.
So it's gonna be, I've done lots of construction in my lifetime. You're probably looking at 20 to 30% design change.
It's too hard to estimate right now,
Okay.
Councillor Cermak, really, it's like I say, that they are actively looking at how they're gonna deal with the effects on these adjacent landowners. As soon as that information is available, it'll be come back to council as a budget adjustment if need be.
Okay, so the changes, or the dollar figure is still going on, because we have a design engineering working on that right now.
That's correct.
So this project has nothing but up, it's gonna cost a lot more.
Possibly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cermak. Right now, I guess I'd like to say thanks to administration for the very open and transparent information on this topic. Does anybody else have any more questions or comments? No? So I guess maybe we'll get if everybody's ready and nobody has any more questions or comments, we could have maybe a repeat of the motion that's on the floor. Is that okay, Ms. Hay?
That council approves transfer of $128,000 from contingency to 2022 Public Works operating budget towards the upgrades to and paving of the Condor Community Hall parking lot.
And I guess before I call a question on that, I do have one more quick question in regards to if there was misengineering that was, do they hold any kind of insurance or anything to make up for that if it was misengineered or not engineered properly, I suppose?
So, I guess a little bit of history on some of the past experience with engineering. Very little recourse back on engineering firms there on design. Their professional accreditation provides them a lot of protection with that. The biggest impact is future utilization.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you very much. And any more questions or comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. And at this time, I think we'll take a break, and Reeve Lougheed will resume after our break. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, everyone. After our recess, we will be moving on with Section 8. 8.2 is more specifically, and that is an August 23rd, 2022 motion item 10.1, and it's a safety concern of the intersection of Highway 54 and Highway 22 east of Caroline, and considering a letter to Alberta Transportations. And when you're ready, Mr. Magnus, I'll turn the floor across to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Reeve Lougheed, again, good afternoon to each of you, Deputy Reeve Northcott and Council. Prior to presenting this agenda item, I'd like to introduce Mr. Sean Ho. He is our engineering intern and he'll be with us for the next 2 years. So he's accompanying myself along with the rest of the administrative team today, this afternoon, in regards to this agenda item. And he put most of this agenda item together and provided their research or the data associated with this particular intersection. So he will be assisting me today in regards to any questions or concerns that council may have in regards to this notice of motion. So having said that, I will proceed into the agenda item itself. On August 23rd, at the regular council meeting, Deputy Reeve Northcott made a notice of motion which was as follows. That council directs administration to write a letter to Alberta Transportation urgently requesting additional traffic safety measures. Examples may include but not limited to flashing lights on the stop sign, rumble strips, high collision intersection signage, to be implemented and installed at the intersection of Highway 54 and Highway 22 east of Caroline. Again, so as to assist council in your decision-making regarding this particular notice of motion, administration conducted some research regarding this particular intersection. Specifically, as the intersection is under the jurisdiction of Alberta Transportation, we reached out to Alberta Transportation as to the annual average daily traffic count and data associated with collisions, along with some background on driving habits, i.e. what they call turning movement summary. As such, as you read in the agenda item itself, and as administration will move forward here and communicate and summarize some of this data for both council and our viewing audience. First and foremost, the annual average daily traffic count. This was for year 2021. As you can see, on average, movement on Highway 22 was 2,000 vehicles per day. Traffic westbound on Highway 54, just a little over 2,700 vehicles per day. And then traffic moving eastbound on Highway 54, a little over 1,700 movements per day. Also, it was noted that the particular turning movement summary, we found that 44.9% of the vehicles traveling westbound on Highway 54 proceeded through the intersection, while 52.9% of the vehicles made a left turn onto Highway 22. Furthermore, 69.3% of the vehicles traveling eastbound, again on Highway 54, proceeded through the intersection, while 29.5% of vehicles made a right turn onto Highway 22. And finally, 72% of the vehicles south on Highway 22 made a left turn to the west, while 26% of the vehicles made a right turn to the east. Furthermore, looking at the collision counts, it was over a period of 19 years, so from 1999 to 2018, there were a total of 15 vehicle collisions, and they were all non-fatal. Again, this is records kept by Alberta Transportation. So this works out to an average of 0.79 non-fatal collisions per year over the 19-year period. As an additional note for council, administration did reach out to the RCMP. However, we have not yet heard back from them with regards to any data they may have available to us in regards to this particular intersection. So, having said that, I will turn it over to council for further discussion.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm just going to comment, those statistics seem quite surprising to me in that there's, I'm just doing the basic arithmetic, but 7,000 vehicle movements, not including those that continue straight through on Highway 54. That's a very busy point on earth at that point of time. That's surprising. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. For me, if we have the opportunity by writing a letter to mitigate even one collision and turning that number to 0, obviously we can't turn back time and remove 15 of them. But if we have the opportunity to prevent one from happening, we've done the right thing. Like, it's a letter. I see no reason not to go forward with this. Obviously, with my background in emergency services, I'm actually surprised that number isn't higher because I myself have been to several of them there at that intersection. So I'm actually surprised that number isn't higher. Maybe I'm conflating it because being on the side of that highway makes you feel like there's many more of them, but I'm surprised that number isn't higher. But if we can prevent even one, we've done our job.
Councillor Swanson, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, and then back to...
I guess in the past, for me, when I've driven to Drumheller for our MUGS meetings, I always take the north route going in and out, and there's a 4-way stop at a very busy intersection. And to me, if this, maybe the recommendation is that becomes a 4-way stop. It stops, it gets people a blinky light. I know there are busy times and not, but for 7,000 vehicle movements a day, it's still quite high. So I'm just wondering if maybe that's what the letter should refer to, is we're concerned about the public safety, let's make it a 4-way stop and go from there.
Okay, and then I think Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Welcome, Sean. Would you or Mr. Magnus have an idea of what it would, like a simple flashing solar powered light would cost to put at that location? How big of an ask are we making of the province?
I'd have to research that out as to the cost associated with something like that, but we can look into that and definitely get back to council on a cost associated with that type of signage apparatus.
But probably a few $1,000s at most?
At the very least, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And Councillor Green.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would support, excuse me, I would definitely support the letter being written still, and I agree with Councillor Melhoff that one accident saved is worth a letter.
And I believe Councillor Cermak was next, and then Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I certainly agree with the letter. I just want to make one statement. I live east of this corner. 22 years I've lived there. And the stop sign is on the 22 that's coming from Sundre to 54. And all the accidents I have witnessed on there, which is about 8, it is somebody has drove through the stop sign. There has not been an accident on 54 that was caused by vehicles on 54. It was caused by the ones coming from Sundre going north. Whether they were going to turn or not, I don't know, because they always end up in the farmers' fields across the highway, across 54. So not to say that it shouldn't be a 4-way stop, maybe that is one solution, but they blow right through them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Yeah, I've lived there my whole life, seen that intersection. There's always, about every 3 or 4 years, it seems like, and the numbers are, I would just like to thank administration for really did an excellent job putting this together, so thank you very much for that. The east-west traffic, yeah, like Councillor Cermak said, there's not too much. It's the northbound traffic, there's one stop sign and there's no rumble strips, and just previously, I have been contacted by a Mountain View County councillor. He had actually his son was the last victim at that, or to be severely injured at that intersection. And I know that he'd mentioned that they would also like to support this letter to Alberta Transportation to have better implementation and installation of safety measures at that intersection. So that's, and I think for the costs, yeah, there could be a lot of additional safety measures installed there, which would save probably in the long term millions and millions of dollars, let alone all the injured people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I just say that in a previous life, I used to put on a funny suit and drive in a vehicle with flashing lights and a really funny horn to go to that intersection many times. And anything we can do, certainly in that service, in the fire service, I should be not quite obtuse, but anything we do there to try to ease people's suffering, ease community suffering is something is important. I think is very minimal for us to write a letter urging Alberta Transportation to review that intersection and work with us to come up with solutions that would be acceptable to the community and those that provide services to that community as well. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, just to follow up with Deputy Reeve. Could administration please reach out to the Mountain View County and see if we could get a letter that would go along with it? Because I know that they were concerned about that intersection too, because when they go north, that's where they come. They come up that highway, so that county is really concerned with it too. So I think if we could talk to them and maybe get a letter to go along with ours, would be great.
Sure, well, maybe we can put that in the form of a motion as well. And I think Councillor Graham.
Well, Reeve Lougheed, I was going to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that council directs administration to write a letter to Alberta Transportation urgently requesting additional traffic safety measures. Examples may include but not limited to flashing lights on the stop sign, rumble strips, high collision intersection signage to be implemented and installed at the intersection of Highway 54 and Highway 22 east of Caroline. And can I add to that? And they get, or do you want a separate?
Okay, so yes, and I think one of the things we don't deal with it quite as often, but when we have a notice of motion, it's probably the individual that brought the
Okay, that's fine.
notice of motion forward. Would that be most appropriate? No, but it's my bad, so not yours. So.
Thank you very much, Reeve, and thank you very much, Councillor Graham. That's excellent. So yeah, at this time I'll make the motion that, yeah, council directs administration to write a letter to Alberta Transportation urgently requesting additional traffic safety measures. Examples may include, but not limited to, flashing lights on the stop sign, rumble strips, high collision intersection signage to be implemented and installed at the intersection of Highway 54 and Highway 22 east of Caroline.
Okay. Additional comments, questions? I'll go to Councillor Nelhoff first and then back to...
Thank you, Reeve. One of the things that the Minister for Municipal Affairs was telling us at the last RMA was having multiple municipalities sign onto the same document was actually more effective than having multiple letters. So I'm not sure if that has to go through our ICC process with Mountain View then for us to draft a joined letter, or if that's something administration can do. I'm just trying to make sure that we get the right path forward, but it'd be great if we could do a conjoined effort.
Is there an opportunity administratively to accommodate that kind of drafting? I know many times we sign on kind of joint letters from many municipalities really endorsing a
For sure, I just didn't want two separate.
No, I hear you. Mr. Emmons, please.
No, and thank you, Reeve Lougheed and Councillor Malhap, great suggestion. If council passes a motion directing administration to seek consultation investigating a possible joint letter with County Mountain View, we'd be glad to take that on.
Thank you.
So we have the first
Invite.
motion. We have the first notice of motion there. Any further discussion, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Councillor Melhoff stole my thunder.
Stole
or
your
my-
thunder, okay.
Again.
So further discussion, and then perhaps we can have another motion as well after, but all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Additional questions on this item? Motions, perhaps, Council? No. Don't want to steal thunder. I'm going to go to Division 7.
All right, then I'll make the motion that council directs administration to invite the, can we just expand that beyond Mountain View? Like, can we just say all our municipal neighbors who might be interested in that? I'm thinking of people come from the east, you know, from that sundry Red Deer County as well. Like, reach out to our municipal neighbors that could be impacted in that particular intersection, that could come from that. So I guess it would be Red Deer County and Mountain View County. Oh, yes, in the Village of
Yeah,
Caroline.
Village
Thank you very
of-
much. Yes, absolutely. That we invite them to participate in a joint letter to Alberta Transportation.
Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Would they just keep it simple, yeah, for the neighboring municipalities to just endorse our letter? Like, yeah, invite them to endorse the letter, right? Not separate letters, but just endorse the current one, okay.
And then that kind of gives administration a little more direction that they're not reaching out to the entire province. We're reaching out to the adjacent, most affected municipalities and their community. All right, motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. Oh, Mr. Magnus, please.
If I may, I'll just put this to council. Would you like us to, at a future regular council meeting, bring this letter before council for review before sending it to Alberta Transportation? Or are you comfortable with us drafting it and obviously yourself signing off on it?
Well, definitely, I have full confidence in administration capturing the essence of the discussion we've had today and really, you know, putting forth the best for the community as they have in the past. I guess I would look to council's comfort level with that, but Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I am absolutely comfortable with administration drafting the letter while working with our municipal partners and having you be the deciding factor in the end.
And there might even be an opportunity through an email to be able to share that for feedback. Does that?
But if not, I trust your judgment.
Okay. All right. So again, okay, lost my place. Did we need to vote on that particular letter, or we already voted on writing the, or having that additional motion? So I think, yeah, I think we're good on this item then. Or are we missing something, please? I'm thinking here.
You asked any more concerns or
Oh,
comments,
yes,
so I
any
did
more?
that, and then now you
Okay,
need to
yes, okay,
make.
sorry. You see, you interrupted my thought pattern here. There's not much thinking going on in this one. All those in favor then? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Takes us down to corporate services, item 9, more specifically 9.1, and that is a capital equipment budget reallocation to information technology. And I shall turn that across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'll start off this item, and if council has any specific technical questions, I've asked the expert to join me for it. As noted in the agenda item, the approved 2022 capital budget includes $300,000 for replacement of the county's enterprise storage system. This system stores and secures the county's electronic data and has traditionally been kept in-house, our own equipment on site here. Prior to purchasing the actual equipment this year, additional research was done by the IT team and evaluating some new technology, new services that are available, and they've identified a more cost-effective option of using what is called hardware as a service, where we essentially contract out storage off-site while still ensuring security of our data, and then the responsibility for maintenance of that equipment and ultimate replacement of that equipment and so forth lies with the vendor or the contractor. If council is supportive of this change, it would mean transferring $12,528 from the current capital budget for 2022 to IT operating budget, as this would become an operating expense. And that would represent our ability to get this installed and operational in the next few months. That would be the cost for the balance of 2022. And then combining the ongoing annual fees for the contractor, overall, there's a savings of approximately $37,000 over the 5-year period as compared to if we had bought the equipment and then looked at replacement in 5 years at the end of the equipment's useful life. So I will leave it there and look for any questions from council.
And I look to Division 1 for a question first, and then to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. So we're saving $37,000 over 5 years, and that was provided this system only lasted 5 years. When we originally approved this budget line item back in December, it was said that this may last longer than 5 years. So then if it lasted longer than 5 years, we are not saving any money, correct?
And then the big word in there is may. We don't know how long equipment lasts. And a best guess is that sometimes it goes to 6 years, maybe 7. As information technology and it grows, I find that the quality of the equipment over the last years has started to slip. So a good estimation still is 5 years. And that's sort of one of the things that we found when we were researching, that a lot of the companies are starting to move to hardware as a service as opposed to that, because they feel that they can control it a little bit better. So that's sort of where parts of it sort of fit in for us anyways, and why we actually started down that road of doing a little more research.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to commend you for looking at alternatives, different solutions. In the case of the hardware as a service, who sets the replacement cycle?
Well, we don't really set the replacement cycle. It's like a lease, if you want to call it that, lease or renting. So we would sign up for a 5-year plan, and then we would start into the replacement cycle of that hardware service, upgrade possibly, or move to a different vendor or something like that. So we don't really, I guess we do set it as a 5-year term, if that makes sense.
Okay, and
It's a lease.
if there's an equipment failure during that term, that replacement is included in this subscription, basically?
Basically, it's a subscription, if that's a great terminology, with the service levels agreements in place, 24/7, 5 nines, all that kind of stuff, that would gives us a little bit more flexibility. So say if we get a bad piece of hardware that's not working in our environment very much, they replace it at their cost, their time, and it's just part of our thing. So it's like a bad terminology, but like a lemon clause, if you want to call it. If it keeps breaking, they're going to replace it for us, and they'll do all the patchwork, like any upgrades and any updates. They do that. That's part of their responsibility. So it would free staff time up also for many other things that we're doing.
Yes. Okay, this is an ongoing thing, like beyond the 5 years. Is that
Well,
correct?
Intentionally, it could be, we could renew it after 5 years. The longest term you can get right now is 5 years, a 5-year term with this kind of leasing agreement, if you want to call it that. The intention would be, if it works really well, we would continue down that path, or in 5 years, there may be a different type of technology that, you know, works better or is easier to manage, and then we would review that in the 4th year to see how we would handle the next level. So what we did in the long term in our budget, in 5 years from now, we did still keep in operating, or sorry, in capital, the same amount of money, the $300,000 in there in case that, in case that technology isn't viable in the long run. So we've kept that sort of as a buffer to go into the next 5 years. And if this, you know, works great and everything like that, we would just take that out of capital in 4 years and then move that maybe into operating. Hopefully I sort of explained it. So I'm trying to, you know, we're trying to move forward. And in 5 years, technology changes quite rapidly, as you well know. So there may be something bigger, better, faster, cheaper out there. I'm hoping there is. I think it is going that way, so.
So if we renew this in 5 years or upgrade, would there be an upfront capital cost to us at that point?
At that point, I don't know, to be fair, but I did build it into the budget for 2027, 28 in there. I did build it for capital expense at that time, just in case there is a point.
Yeah, but there's no upfront cost in this.
In this one, there's no upfront cost. The cost that you see here is what you get. So basically, we're leasing our, you know, our piece of hardware, plunk it in there, it talks to the cloud.
Okay, good. Thank you for answering all my questions.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, I see this as bringing some efficiencies to our department. You guys got a lot more other things to be on. I think this is great. I think this is where service levels are going anyways. If we can contract out, let's try and do that versus on and on our own. So I'm prepared to make the motion if there's no further discussion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that council approves the reallocation of the $300,000 from the 2022 corporate service capital equipment budget by increasing the IT operating budget by $12,528 and increasing contingency by $283,296 for the hybrid storage solution.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then to Councillor Cernak.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the threshold to have to go to an RFP? Because I know that there has to be lots of these different companies with the data hives, as a term I've heard before. What is the threshold in which we need to send a project like this out for RFP versus we just get to pick?
Mr. Hagan, please.
Generally, the threshold $75,000
$75,000
for something like this. And we're looking at annual costs of roughly $50,000.
Perfect, thank you. Can I have a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. During the broadband conference that we went to with you, they actually commended Clearwater County on our security, including penetration security, hardwire security, cloud security, all of the securities. They commended Cam on his ability to keep us secure. So I also do not see an issue with going this route as long as we continue to have the very high level of security, because my understanding is we have to keep everybody's personal records until they're deceased, even, is what Janice had told us at one of her HR updates. That's a very, very long time and a lot of very personal information. So I commend you on your ability to keep everybody's stuff secure, and you even are getting a pat on the back from your counterparts at other municipalities, which is great. So I would be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak.
I think everybody around this table knows I'm not a real high-techy person. Yeah, I write everything down. But, okay, so we go into this 5-year contract. What happens after 3 years if the ITech field just make some great big leaps and bounds and they get some fantastic new equipment. Do we have to stick with the old stuff, or do they put the new stuff in for us free of charge?
Well, it wouldn't be free of charge. I would guarantee you that. Nothing's free of charge in this world. I wish it was. We would probably, if there was some massive updates like that, we would probably review it and see what it is. But at that point, if you're 3 years in, you probably wouldn't move that quickly. We do have a 5-year contract with them and service levels, so we probably wouldn't do that. We'd probably honestly sit back a little bit and let other people be the experiment instead of us.
Okay.
So we would probably, you know, through common sense, just sort of take our time, let everybody else burn their bridges, and we go in. And that's sort of a part of philosophy of security too, is just keep back behind the edge, don't go over the edge.
Okay, it certainly clears it up for me. Thanks.
Thank you. And back to Division 1. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. The edge Mr. McDonald refers to, there's actually two edges. There's a bleeding edge and a leading edge. We tend to be leaning more towards the leading edge as opposed to the bleeding, just as a matter of managing that risk that Councilor Melhoff referred to. And as well, Councilor Sarmac, we make sure that all of our contracts that we enter into have termination clauses that we're comfortable with. So there might be a cost to terminating, but we would compare that to the benefits and advantages of terminating that contract early and examine that before proceeding.
Thank you. All right. The out clause. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian.
And one last from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there any extra training or budget needed for training for this new system, or is it all relatively the same? It's just whether it's in a big tower or up in a cloud somewhere?
It's actually, the training is included in the purchases of it. We try to do that. That's one thing we've always tried to do, is if we get new products in anything, is try and get the training included in the pricing, because, you know, you can negotiate during, but after you say, oh, by the way, we want training, that you're gonna spend for, so part of that. So I think there's gonna be, hopefully there's less training involved, but typically we've used these types of systems locally and in the cloud, and it's pretty familiar. It's nothing dramatically new. A lot of this is just terminology that's, you know, catchphrases by the sales guys, but a lot of this stuff is still pretty much the same as what we deal with on a daily basis.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. So I think we're ready to call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Takes us down the line to number 10, which is the CAO office, and that's relating to the draft regional vision statement. And shall we go across the room to Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. The agenda before you is the draft regional vision statement. The staff recommendation that Council reviews and considers approval of the preferred draft Rocky Mountain House Village of Caroline, Clearwater County Regional Vision Statement. So the background, the Rocky Caroline Clearwater ICC was tasked by all three councils to create a regional statement under the guiding principles of the Stronger Together Agreement, building opportunities for our future. The attached final draft was developed through several facilitated sessions with the committee and with input from all three councils at the session on August 9th. Town of Rocky Mountain House Council reviewed and accepted the draft during their September 20th meeting. Village of Caroline Council is scheduled to review their draft today as well. Upon approval of the draft vision by all three councils, next steps is facilitation of a goal setting and strategies session to achieve the shared vision. The committee asked that council confirm if they would like to start the goal setting process with a one-day facilitated session with all three councils, or alternatively with just committee members. Attached is the emails back and forth. Would council like me to go through that, or?
I'm seeing all shaking heads.
Okay. Did council have any questions then?
And I'll go to Division 1.
So thank you. My only concern with all of the effort, community engagement, and all of those things are great. I'm not saying that they're not. There's a potential change in municipal structure in this community. Is all of this for naught if that happens? Because it's potentially not gonna be Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain, House, and the village of Caroline. Our region could look very different. So is this then, I don't wanna be throwing good money after bad if it's just not gonna be viable anymore after that, the work that we're putting into this. I'm sorry if I'm not phrasing that politically correct, but.
No, well appreciate and understand the question, Councillor Milhoff. I would propose that because of the process and effort that all three councils have put in, it has been tri-party acceptance and buy-in. Even though amalgamation is a possibility down the road, because there is acceptance by all three municipalities, the most I would anticipate for any amendment would be a document name change. But truly, the infrastructure would remain in place, the vision should remain in place because all three councils did accept. I would anticipate it would only be an age.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions, comments? I can say in the process, I've been very encouraged by the exchange of information and ideas with all regional partners here. I think they were very willing to fine-tune the end result here and find something that was agreeable to everybody, and I can certainly endorse this on a personal level of creating this shared vision. I think that's a great effort. Councillor Swanson.
Well, in reading what the ICC have put together from all three councils, or all 19 people sitting around the table, and what they've come up with, this is great. I guess for me, as far as next steps, as far as if there's goals and strategies, I would just defer first to the ICC members to carry out some strategies. I mean, we can all individually as councils maybe relate that to our ICC members that will coordinate, and then I'm not sure if that's going to be a faster process or a slower process, but I would just say let's try the opposite way around this time, because we met as council first for the vision. Honestly, the vision to me is the most important part, because that really sets the overall tone. Goals and strategies, they can be changed. They can be as things go forward. As CEO Emmons has said that, regardless of what happens in the future, as far as amalgamations, the vision should be still continue on. So I'm comfortable with just sending the next stage up through the ICC committees.
Thank you. And I guess in the spirit of collaboration, knowing that this has been before the town already, have they indicated a preference for next step? And certainly could hope to build consensus and alignment with next steps, but if they haven't indicated a next step, I agree with Councillor Swanson's perspective.
I haven't heard any this time, Reeve Laheed. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This one-day session, is that included in the scope of work for this, or would that be an addition?
Offhand, I would suggest it would be an addition. I don't believe a proposal from the facilitator would have included this, but that's an assumption. I got to be honest, Councillor Ratcliffe, without. Okay. Oh, it is included.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
So again, on that particular aspect of a next step, I'll go to Councillor Milhoff for a comment.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm prepared to make the motion. that council approve the preferred draft Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, Clearwater County Regional Vision Statement, and continue with the next steps.
Okay. Discussion relating to that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Further discussion on other aspects of this, or perhaps next steps? No thoughts or comments? I think I tend to be, if the town hasn't already given a preference, I believe that we can do some of that legwork as an ICC and really conserve the resources of our entire community by focusing those first steps in the ICC, and then hopefully bringing everybody together for more ideas based on some points that are already agreed upon. Does that make sense? Okay. Does that give direction? There, super. Let's see, that brings us to reports. So we'll start with 11.1. That's back to Mr. Emmons again.
Thank you, Reeve. So the September 27th CAO report, October 7th, is the deadline for interested county residents to submit applications for the following boards and committee positions. They are listed in front of council if you'd like me to go through them individually. Otherwise, they are provided. Of note, positions are advertised in several local publications, social media, and on the county's website, and they've been there since September 19th. The advertisements notes, as per council's public member remuneration policy, public members receive remuneration or annual honorarium and reimbursement of travel expenses. 5 applications have been received to date. Second item, the Lesaville Public Services Building grand opening takes place Tuesday, October 11th. The third, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA, Central 2 District Resolutions Committee approved in principle council's 2 resolutions. 1, regulations for motorists passing school buses with amber lights flashing, and the second, portion of funding from public lands camping pass. Under endorsement of the membership at the upcoming District 2 General Meeting on October 7th, the resolutions will be submitted for voting at the RMA resolution session during the fall convention. If council had any questions?
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. At the Central 2 District meeting, do we present them just like we do at RMA? The resolutions?
No.
Okay.
The chair will talk about them to the group.
Okay.
And look for consensus of support.
Okay.
Kind of feel out the overarching level. And with a secondary, it'll go from there.
Okay.
But it truly sets up that preliminary test of the water, so to speak, before it goes to the full RMA, whether or not we come forward with the general consensus of Central.
Okay. Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have anybody that sits on the Hospice Society, like especially if there's a change in how that funding model looks, like because they came today and did a presentation, and if there's a change in how their funding takes place, should we be looking at potentially sitting on the hospice board or having a seat at that table, or is that not how that works?
I'm unfamiliar with that board.
Okay.
Could you give me some background, Councilor Melhoff? Like who operates it? Typically, whoever operates it
board, right?
would invite.
Okay.
Is
that
my
something that
bad.
we can request if we do go forward with a funding strategy to assist them? If that does become something that we do, can we request to have a seat at their board, or is that off base?
It's not usual. Typically, you look for that invitation.
Okay.
This council could request an invitation, but truly, Councilor Melhoff, typically it goes along, whoever governs that board would reach out and say, you know what, we're missing representation here.
Okay.
and extend that invitation out.
Right, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I like where you were going, Councillor Milhoff, and actually I had a side conversation with the Compassion Society and just thought maybe that might be a good fit with our professional health. And that they sit at that committee level and just it seems natural that to have them all coordinating together and I don't know, because the AHS is involved, I don't know where that would lie, but it's worth exploring, I guess, and being under the chamber umbrella as well could offer some other benefits as well for insurance, et cetera, on that level. So, but anyways, but I could see it going very well with our health professionals committee.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Okay. A third comment on that link is, regarding the request for funding we got this morning, wouldn't that belong more on FCSS in their budget than, no? Okay, bad idea.
Truly, I wouldn't, as a bad idea, Councillor Ratcliffe, but I do believe it goes beyond their mandate. I see comparable and compatible services there, but the hospice came in under this structure because they don't fit under the FCSS mandate. You're welcome.
Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I think that would be a very good fit. Now with the health professions engagement team being a board or committee of council, is that something that we need to request? The boss is shaking her head. She's saying no.
What?
It's not one of our committees? Okay. Sorry, I thought we only appointed to our committees, so that was my misunderstanding.
It's not a committee of council.
Okay,
It's a grassroots committee.
that we support.
Right.
Okay, then can we make a request to that committee to make space if the Hospice Society would like a seat at that table? Is that a request that can be made?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, the health professional engagement team is looking at restructuring their membership. And currently, there's one counselor that sits on that team and one alternate. And I believe that the team is looking, or one counselor, one alternate, and then 2 members at large. And the team is looking to add a 3rd member at large, a county member at large, and just one counselor rather than having an alternate. And so perhaps that would fit in with what Councillor Milhoff is requesting. Like, it could go hand in hand.
Since we're talking about that potential structural change, is this a good time for me to address that or not?
If it pleases council or pleases the chair.
By all means, let's.
Okay, thank you.
Let's dive a little deeper.
So the health professions engagement team was under the impression that the county structured their role as council that's similar to the town previously, where they had 2 counselors, 2 members at large. We have 2 counselors, 2 members at large. Where we're saying we have 1 counselor and an alternate, not 2 counselors. The town pulled out of it fully and has 4 members at large because they felt that they needed more boots on the ground, so to speak. That team doesn't want to lose the lobby and the political efforts that are being put forward, particularly from our council, but they do feel like they need another boot on the ground member that will, especially with the bringing in of nurse attraction retention, like I said earlier, we have 52% deficit for RFT positions filled in Rocky Mountain House. It does not look like our beds are gonna open anytime soon because we are not able to fill those spots. But because we're really ramping up on nurses, they feel like we really need another boot on the ground member. So they wanted to have it be set out to be 1 counselor and 3 members at large to get those boots on the ground. I'm not totally sure where the hospice would fit in with that, if they would be like a Clearwater County boots on the ground member because we wanted to make sure that our Clearwater County is just as well representative as the 4 members that sit from the town side. I'm not sure, or if that would be a similar to where the chamber sits there. FCSS has a spot at that table. There's one other team that has RPAP obviously sits there. Like there's other community groups that sit at that table, and I don't know if then we can just add a terms of reference to include the hospice. Is that something that this team would like me to bring forward to that board to get their feel of how they think that the hospice would fit? Or do we want to give up potentially our 4th spot to the Hospice Society? What are our thoughts on that? Does it make sense kind of where their brain was going?
Well, excuse me, I would assume that the Hospice Society does hold regular meetings at some point of time, and whether, I guess from my view, why we appoint council representatives is a stewardship item, and it's not just because there's a dollar value associated with the budget, it's also the importance of advocating for that particular community service or whatever that's there. So I think there's 2 levels of stewardship with those things, and I think it's finding that balance between being effective with the use of those public purse dollars and being important to be an advocate within there. So I'm not sure how we could probably combine those 2, but not knowing the terms of reference of that Hospice Society might be difficult to just combine roles too,
But giving them an advocacy seat at that table, I think if it can be fit into the health professions engagement team's terms of reference, I think could definitely be appropriate.
Yeah.
As far as our spots at the table, I honestly think we need to make that decision for ourselves, and they really do need another set of hands. I do my best to fill a set of hands role, but as governance, we also need to be somewhat hands-off. So I know they definitely need they need more help with the expanding requirement.
I hear you, and that was kind of my impression, having served there for a few years, that, there was the real need for more worker bees, and governance level is kind of try to create a separation between those things at some time, so.
They don't want to lose.
But it's nice to have that. I can understand an organization wanting, having that point of advocacy within some of the decision-making people around. Councillor Swanson, you've been very patient.
No worries. I'm just gonna say that maybe the invitation needs to be offline first to discover and to make sure that the roles do fit together. And then it can always come back to council and we can make a decision at that time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Was there more on your report, Mr. Emmons? So I guess if we have no additional questions, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the CAO report. Okay.
Do we need to make motions for councillor attendance to either the Public Works grand opening, Public Services Building grand opening, or the CRMA? No, okay, just making sure. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I guess broadband core update. Again, either Mr. Hagan or Mr. Emmons. Yes, Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I guess for information for the public watching us today, this report was presented to the Broadband Committee at the last meeting on September 20th. And at the committee's request, it is also published in each following council agenda item, just to ensure that the information is there for everybody who is interested in it. At the committee level is typically where the questions are asked and answered.
Do we need to have a motion to accept that report again for information? I guess we haven't actually accepted it. So.
I would suggest you could either have a motion individually or a motion towards the end of the report section to
The
accept
series
all.
of reports? Okay, why don't we do it that way, and that creates our efficiency in our time. So then, if we go to capital projects update. And I guess Mr. Emmons would be it.
Thank you, Reeve. So the capital projects update, gravel road rehab, crews of work. Would council like me to go through the whole thing? I guess I should ask that before I start going.
I think it has been circulated. Did your review of it really bring forward any questions for? Or is there anything you would like to highlight within the report specifically?
No, I guess I'll just state the obvious. With the weather we've truly been blessed with, it's allowing all the crews opportunity to do some additional work and some much needed cleanups. Council had a great discussion with Condor earlier, and this weather is really a blessing for that. Hopefully that can get put together in a reasonable state to facilitate winter operations. But all our crews are out there, whether it be ag, public works or otherwise, and taking full advantage. As you can see in the report before you, everybody's very, very busy. If council had any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
On the River Road project there, what was the original budget for that work? Did you know? I see it's revised to 1.9.
Offhand, I don't, Councillor Ratcliffe. I'm not sure what the original budget was. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I can find out and get back to you if you wish.
Oh, Councillor Swanson, please.
I just, when I was in Calgary last week for the AM convention, Jennifer Masick was there from Magna. And of course, you'll hear, well, read it in my council report that, she did a presentation, but she did offer this council an opportunity to go out and visit more than as things are progressing out there. So I'm just, because things are changing constantly, and I'm looking at the diagram here, and I'm like, yeah, I would like to see when that gets to this next stage and to this next stage. So she did offer council, if we were interested in going out to look, to just get a hold of her, and she'd be happy to give to council another tour, or when something different is coming in, maybe the next little building or whatever, that she'll give us a heads up, and we're maybe invite us out at that particular point in time if it's not full-blown snowstorm. Did I say the S word? And just before it's totally in operation, before January. So I just want to put it out there that we might be able to tour this facility, to tour more of that particular project over the next coming months.
And I'd just say I'd have to temper my excitement about all things sewage. I get more pleasure from dealing with sewage at all levels than most, I guess. But anyway, yeah, no, I thought that was great to have that offer, to see something which really was touted as a great pilot project, something that had great interest when we were at Alberta Munis. Almost universally within the crowd were quite excited by what was happening in here in Clearwater County. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Going back to the Nordegg South Access Road, I had some questions from a truck driver. there about some of the slopes and the corners, the angles on that road. So it'll be interesting to see the detailed design when that comes out and how that addresses those issues.
Additional questions on the capital projects? Moving on then to Regional Fire Rescue Services. That report has been circulated as well. Were there any specific questions or anything that you'd like to highlight within that? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at the highlights for the WUI crew, I'm curious if there's any room within their grant funding model to work more with assisting us with many of the locations where we're seeing a deficit in our local, I know they're local team anyway, but in working with the deficits we're seeing in our local crew response and in our stations, particularly as they wind down out of their major fire season. I'm really hopeful that we can capitalize on having them here and can utilize them for other response for our crews that are, for lack of a better word, they're wore out. Our local teams are wore out and they could use some support, and I'm curious if we can kind of helicopter our WUI team into taking some of the pressure off some of our paid on call volunteers, and if there's any room within the grant structure to allow for that.
Well, I could answer that for you. It's just I don't know.
I know originally there was, I'm not sure if the new grant has changed or altered that in some way. I'm hopeful that it hasn't. I know the original grant had room for that. And they did not want to impact the paid on call crews by having WUI team feel like they were taking over in some way. And I think that there's a way we can balance that by having the WUI team help and take some of the pressure off our full-time team, as long as there isn't a problem with the grant. So I just like to utilize this resource to its full capacity.
Thank you, Councilor Melhoff. To the best of my understanding, and I definitely will get clarification, but this was an extension of the existing grant. So to the best of my knowledge, I haven't been informed of any changes. So it truly could be an administration's discretion to assist. Because the original allowed that opportunity as well. So sitting here, I don't see an issue with it. I will talk to the Director of Emerge and follow up on that.
And I apologize if I'm stepping into operations. I just see an opportunity.
Thank you.
Additional questions relating to regional fire? Seeing none, I guess we move on to the Clearwater County Operating Report. Anything to highlight or questions there? And seeing no questions, well, why don't we have a motion then to accept the previous reports for information, and then we'll get into the councillor reports. So Councillor Ratcliffe?
I do have a couple of questions about the financial report. On recreation, I noticed that we are far below the budget. Are we expecting to reach that budget, or? Why are we underspent?
Ms. Sirhan, please.
Yes, because we have a partner that manages that program for us, and we are invoiced once or twice a year for that program. So once we receive all the invoices from our partner, then that budget will be expended.
Okay, sorry, I was confusing it with the community services recreation side.
Right, so this is the rec programming for their regional service.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, again, looking for Mr. Emmons, please.
Sorry, I just wouldn't mind circling back quickly to answer Councillor Ratcliffe's previous question on the River Road. The original budget was $1,652,000, which was revised in the report as you see at 1.9.
Thank you.
All right, again, looking for a motion. Councillor Graham, please. Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Brings us to councillor reports, and I know a number of you have been diligent sending a written report around to circulate, but we'll start with Division 1 again, please.
Thank you, Reeve. As you stated, I did send it out ahead of time. But many of us attended the Leslieville wastewater treatment groundbreaking. It was fascinating. And now that Magna had the opportunity to present to us, really having a full understanding of the scope of that project was fabulous. I didn't fully understand the scope. And it really is, it's not a novel idea in the sense of this has happened and been done before, but happening within Clearwater County in a colder climate. I'm very excited to see that project continue. 4-H Awards Day was on September 18th, and I always love going out to those and getting the opportunity to see the kids succeed in a program that is near and dear to my heart. I truly believe that a rural community is measured on the strength of their 4-H clubs, and since we have several within our community, I would consider that to mean we are very vibrant, as those clubs are also very vibrant. We all attended strategic planning, and that's obviously available on the website. I also got to do Smile Cookie Decorating Day. I did 32 dozen cookies that morning. I know that they were there all week, but I just wanted to reach out to administration and tell them thank you for sending the CPOs and Clearwater Regional Fire. They were very, very well received. They definitely needed some help. I'm looking forward to the Health Foundation coming back with the numbers that they received as they were the recipient this year, going towards the Healthy Hospital Fund that they have created in order to put more money into our local hospital here. But I really just wanted to make sure you guys knew how important having those extra set of hands of our CPOs and our fire service really helped them out. I also had the opportunity to attend the healthcare town hall that was in Rimbey. Multiple ministers actually attended that, and it was actually a really amazing opportunity to have a think tank with them and one-on-one conversations with the ministers. And it was interesting because they presented their 10-point plan for healthcare in general, their 10-point plan for EMS in general, and they actually gave us the opportunity to give them feedback on what we thought of the 10-point plan. And I am very much I don't typically like to complain about something unless I already have a solution in mind. I like to give a idea of how we can fix the problem. And we actually had the opportunity to present those, some of our ideas of how we actually could make an impact. And I mean, it was almost a 1-to-1 ratio of ministers to attendees. So it was fabulous. And I really want to commend the province on going literally town to town doing that. They've had some amazing feedback, and hopefully they actually do something with the feedback that they've gotten. That is my hope, that they actually will take it and run with it. But it was great. Our local minister was able to make it there. Minister Roswell from the Vermilion-Lloyd area has been going around with Minister Coping. He obviously was there as well. And Minister Orr from the Stettler region was there. And it was great to really have one-on-one with them and the local medical director. So he actually can see some of the struggles that we're having. There was people from our hospital, the Sundre facility and the Rimbey facility as well to give their viewpoints. And I think I was the only elected official that was able to make it, but multiple CAOs were able to go out. So I'm really hopeful that good things for our region will come out of that meeting. I was actually very pleased, and you know me, when I'm talking healthcare, I'm not typically pleased. So I was actually pleased with the conversation that we were able to have and the dialogue that was created there. So yeah, thank you so much for letting me ramble on.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well, thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Mine's gonna be short and sweet. Councillor Milhoff touched on all the things that we did as a group here, and my only thing aside from that was my drop-in with the councillor date. Some employees stopped by, Rick stopped by, that's about all. I got a Facebook message, but no one did stop in that day, so that concludes my exciting report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, again, thank you, and we'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I think I might beat you, Councillor Graham. I don't have anything as far as council activities and stuff like that, nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I have not been nearly as busy as Councillor Milhoff. Last Saturday evening, I went to Nordig for the Community Association meeting. It was just a special meeting to elect a president following the departure of Nick Frank. I was kind of raked over the coals. And that's not why I'm laughing. I was kind of raked over the coals on broadband because nobody knows when they're going to get service. And so maybe that's something we can include in our capital reports, is some sort of schedules when people might expect to get service. But so many have gone to Starlink. Yesterday, I participated in a virtual addictions program. This is something that the province has come out with to deal with the opiate crisis. We're told that 80% of crime is related to addictions, to drugs, illicit drugs. So this is a program it's virtual, that a person wanting to break these habits can phone into a center. They can be prescribed replacement drugs, like drugs to combat addictions, immediately. So I think it remains to be seen how successful this program is going to be, but it presents options right away rather than being on a waiting list and having to survive through that period. So that was an exciting program to hear about. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, again, thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, thank you. On September 16th, I attended the Caroline School Awards. As Clearwater County, we presented an award to Emma Collison. She received our award and our scholarship money. She is now in Saskatchewan at the vet school there. 7 years she will be there. She has taken a part-time job with one of the local veterinarians there. I think she works 2 mornings out of the week. That's all she has time for. And in the award, I do have the award booklet here if anybody would like to see it. She won 11 awards that night, Emma. Not only a brainchild with all of her courses,
yeah,
but athletic too. Oh. And just a beautiful young lady. We certainly represented a fantastic young lady. She's going to be a great access to this county. Getting away from that, I have a lot of pride in this young lady. I was reading about the Fraser Institute and the statement they put out, which just blew my mind. And I got to read it to you. I'll read it as it was wrote. Average Canadian family pays more in 2021 on taxes than they did in housing, food, and clothing combined. That shocked me. They paid more, the average Canadian family paid more in taxes in 2021 than they did just to survive. That's just something wrong with this picture.
2% in some places.
Like, it flabbergasting, and maybe this one here, I'm gonna be told I'm way out of line, but I have had a lot of phone calls this last week. I did not read it, but everybody said that it's in the paper that we have allotted $300,000 for legal fees in the paper. And no explanation, and everybody wants to know, is there any way that we can put an explanation out there what we're spending that on? Because I was bombarded with phone calls.
And I'll turn it across to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Evahid. And I will understand the curiosity and, curiosity is too small of a word. It's our tax dollars and people do have a right to know. Unfortunately, in some aspects of business, and this one in particular, because it was legal, Councillor Cermak, it did come with a non-disclosure. So we are legally bound not to. No, there is no way.
You can't suggest anything, nothing, eh?
No.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay, because some of them actually got fairly rude and said, what the hell are you guys doing? That's a lot of money.
Yes, and I apologize for the rudeness.
No biggie. I take it grain of salt.
Yeah.
I'm in the position.
I disagree. I don't think any position should come inherently with abuse. But in this case, because it did go through legal, it does come with an NDR. So we are bound by that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, thank you for your report, and we'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Okay, so I had quite a lengthy report because I added in a page and a half from my Alberta Municipalities Convention. But Rocky Seniors Board meeting, we have a new board member. Mary Bugbee is representing the village of Caroline. Of course, she's been, as an past elected official, she served on that board, so she brings her experience to the table, which is awesome. The building envelope project with regards to the rafters commenced on September 19th. The repairs are expected to be finished by the 30th. There's an open house at the Westview Lodge on October 6th from 1 to 3 p.m. There will be advertisements for that. And as of September 1st, there were still 16 room vacancies at the Westview Lodge. The Library Board Finance Committee was just a subcommittee of the Library Board. We met to discuss pre-budget. We have a meeting here on Wednesday night to approve that budget, but overall there is an increase of about 7 to 8%, mainly because of the inflation, rising utility costs, that kind of thing. And once the board approves their budget, I will forward that on to council once I get it. I was invited through ASHA on September 16th to sit at their provincial board meeting as the alternate director for the Central Region. The Seniors Housing and Ministry Deputy Minister and Assistant Deputy Minister met with the board for an informal discussion. Again, biggest key takeaways that day were overall staff shortages, limited ways to increase their funding, and that affordable housing management framework wasn't released at that point in time, but on the 23rd it was. I forwarded you a link. Going forward, we'll see. There might be some shuffling in the next couple of weeks, and I might be sitting on the provincial board as the Central Zone Director. We're not sure at this point in time. At the Alberta Muse Convention, as indicated, Magna's CAO Jennifer Massig presented in regards to that innovative wastewater infrastructure upgrades, as well as the town of Sundre. There's 3 provincial projects. Sundre and us are 2 of 3. They didn't refer to the third one. Unless relocated have caught it, I didn't. But anyways, yes. There was a lot of buzz at their booth for the next day and a half, so that was awesome to see. A lot of interest from other municipalities. And then the second session in regarding housing for all. Of course, ASHA is the Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association, which covered the full range between homelessness and seniors housing. And we all know that there's a shortage and that it needs to be, it should be a priority on our provincial budget, and that it will be the advocacy going forward. In that regards, I won't say anything more. And yes, I had to be called away on the 3rd day because my processor gave me a call because the freezer blew up and he needed to empty out his freezer in a hurry, so come get your chickens and turkeys. So in my conversation when I did him, he, like any other arbitrar or any other business is short-staffed. And with the rising costs, he said just his bill alone is $3,500 a month to keep his facility going. So, between, he's trying not to pass those extra costs onto our customers, but as rural representatives, and he is the last public processor in Alberta, it would be a shame to lose that facility next year. It will be a massive hit because he does do a lot of small operations. So anyways, just let's keep our ear to the ground, and when we find those rural businesses that need our advocacy at the next level, we need to take them those stories. I think that's what our provincial government needs to hear, is how heavily impact rural is in that. I mean, I know Edmonton and Calgary are loud voices, but rural needs to be louder. So anyways, that's all I have.
Great. Questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, again, thank you for a very comprehensive report. I appreciate that. I'll try to touch on a few points. I know council has been extremely busy since we last met as a council at the last council meeting. But, much of our activities, I'm very impressed of how you're getting out there and in the community and being accessible. That's great. I'm just going to outline or highlight a couple of things with the Alberta Munis Conference in Calgary, along with some of our local municipalities around here. There was a lot of representation throughout Alberta. The telecenter was pretty much at capacity. Lots of good discussions, lots of breakouts. One of the highlights for me, of course, was Jennifer Massig outlining some of the wastewater initiatives, and certainly there was a good focus and lots of enthusiasm around the work, the pilot project being done here. So I would certainly encourage council to ask as many questions as possible, because you will need to have answers to those questions to get the many questions that other municipalities will have. There's great interest in what's happening with our pilot project here, and really it was highlighted there how groundbreaking this is in finding solutions for wastewater. Breakout session along with the idea of affordable seniors housing and affordable housing period, and a panel discussion there, kind of sharing some of their experience and some of the challenges that are before everybody trying to build that capacity in the community where most of that infrastructure is approaching 35 to 60 years old. So these are questions that are coming up. And again, those 25,000 new spaces that the province has promised to do, I think has importance here, along with housing management boards and getting competencies within those boards as well. There's gonna be a challenge to meet those provincial and municipal expectations. I guess, I think there was an opportunity for the bear pit questions, two separate bear pits. So the ministers were on the hot seat and were answering questions that we probably heard posed many times. still posed again and similar answers again, but it does get those things renewed and reviewed, hopefully. I think we had a really good keynote speaker, bringing enthusiasm to the crowd. And then I think we did hear from all of the UCP candidates, as well as those some of those candidates. Rachel Notley was there and spoke to the crowd, as well as Premier Kenny, kind of in a bit of a swan song, gave a very upbeat message about the future of the province and where we're at now. And I think really it's not often we see Premier Kenny getting a standing ovation, but he did get one from that crowd. So that's I think, you know, his guard was down a little bit, really trying to sell the province at that point. Yeah, and I think, I'm so happy that I could get 10 pages of notes. I don't get to take notes as often as I like to anymore, but there is lots and lots and lots here. Many of the questions I think we're able to, what we like to ask when we get in front of those other decision makers and share experiences. I think that's one of the great takeaways from any of these conferences, is where you get to share the experience with other municipalities, whether they're rural or whether they're urban. We really are always seeking solutions to many of the same challenges, and it was great to talk about that. And then one of those side conversations happened to run across an MLA from up, I think it's Parkland, but Shane Getson, very aware of some of the challenges here around east-west highway routes and those things, and what that means to our community and the action that's being looked at from the province. So I think those questions are still first and forefront in our government. So that's about what I have to say for now. So with that, I guess I would be looking for a motion to accept councillors' reports for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor remuneration has been circulated. Were there any questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept that for information. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried. Where does that take us to here? Correspondence. So there's a number of pieces of correspondence there. Were there any specific questions on any of those things? Did any of those require action from council? Basically, for information then, would be looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the,
Sorry.
Councillor Cermak first, and then Councillor Ratcliffe.
This one from the Caroline Chamber of Commerce. Do we see fit to meet with them?
Making a motion?
Do we need to make a motion to that effect?
239, page 239. Sorry, as I kind of leave through. Oh, yes. Councillor Swanson?
As addressed earlier in our agenda item, I would like to get some other information first before we meet with the chamber. The invite is there. We can acknowledge that we've got it, but we need more information before maybe having that discussion, if that works.
Yeah, I think that was part of our earlier earlier direction to staff, was to gather information for next steps in there. So could have a meeting, but we might not be fully informed of options that are out there. So, Councillor Ratcliffe, I believe, and then Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Referring to the letter from the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, They asked for consideration for a contribution of just under $6,000. Do we need a motion on that? Page 244?
Mr. Emmons? Or,
I believe they're talking about the contribution that we provide to them annually based on a per capita assessment. That was budgeted for last year and distributed. This is sort of just to keep their request current and fresh. I will include our historical contribution in the 2023 operating budget proposal that's coming your way here this fall.
Thank you.
and Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just as a continuation with Councillor Swanson, I 100% agree. I also am hopeful that the Village of Caroline obviously will be understanding the position that we've taken at this point, getting some more information. And I'm sure we'll be in contact with the chamber to loop them in of where we're at with everything, as it is their chamber, as their council representation. It would make sense for them to be in communication. If that changes, I'm sure they can let us know. But I trust the director will let us know when there's enough information that we can all sit down, including the village council and the chamber, since they've been integral in this project, and we can work together on whichever path forward we end up taking.
Thank you. Any additional comments around correspondence? I believe we had a motion to accept for information. I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Any notices of motion? Seeing none, move on to closed session. Item 14, I guess that would, I think we'll be taking a break before closed session. So I guess we'll take 15 before we come back. So see you back here for us to go into closed. Welcome back, everyone. After our short recess, we'll be moving along to item 14 on the agenda, which is in closed session. So I would be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us in a very lengthy session today. Coming out of closed session, I believe we may have a couple of motions. I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lobby. I would like to make a motion that council provides one-time funding to the Town of Rocky Mountain House similar to item 6, as stated in the current Town of Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Recreation Agreement in the amount of either 50% of the town's spray park facilities 2022 actual operating expenses or the budgeted amount identified in the county's 2022 Ag and Community Service operating budget, whichever is the lesser amount.
Wow, you just about did that in one breath. That was great. Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Would there be another motion? Councillor Melhoff.
The council approved the hire of Strategic Steps, Inc. as the consultant to conduct the Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation study. Can I do these in succession, or do they need to be 3 separate, Tracy? 3 separate? That's the first one.
Okay, first motion, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Make a follow-up.
Yes, please.
That we approve to issue a joint press release with the Village of Caroline Council upon their approval of the hiring of a consultant regarding the Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation study project.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
One more.
One more?
One more. That we approve the development of a joint public participation plan as per respective policies for the Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation study project.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. I think that brings us near the end of our agenda for today. Before I look for a motion for adjournment, you may have noticed that some of us are wearing orange shirts. Just a reminder, September 30th is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Please take a moment to understand the journey and the real reason behind the orange shirt. I think it's a very powerful message, and I think it's something we all need to take a moment and understand. So with that, I'd look for a motion to adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? Thanks, everybody, and have a great rest of your day.